Hello, I am here now. And it would appear that I am not by myself. Yay! Alright. Is it gonna work? I don't think so. Well, I mean, obviously it's gonna work eventually, but like... It's a matter of if it starts straight away, which it isn't. So, come on. It's not that hard to pick up on an app. At least it shouldn't be. There we go. Righto. Oh, I forgot to set a button for pausing and unpausing. Oops. I shall add that now. There we go. Alright, so last time we played, I was trying to train the rest of the party. I EV trained Electro. Kiryu evolved. I'm still really pissed off by Kiryu's horrible nature, but, yeah. We do have Breloom, the Kiryu... Got it the wrong way around. Kiryu the Breloom, so... Yeah. Should be interesting to see how he handles himself when he's the right level. But other than that, it's probably going to continue training here, I reckon. Imagine if we run into another shiny Pokemon. If that were to happen, I do have a... I do have a weaker Pokemon to not kill it this time. What's my team lineup? Oh shit, hang on. Let me beat this Doduo and then I'll show you. The songs on this mix end so abruptly. Okay, so we have Toffee the Rapidash, Freddy Fazbear the Ursaring, Electro the Lantern, Bitch 2 the Crobat, Helio the Espeon, and Kiryu the Breloom. So yeah. We've lost a lot of good Pokemon along the way. Obviously we lost our starter. As I, for some reason, tend to do. It's the third time it's happened now. I've lost our Skarmory, which I was really pissed off about. It's one of the main reasons I decided to Nuzlocke SoulSilver, as opposed to Heart Gold. But oh well. You know, sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. The Crystal Nuzlocke had my entire team wiped with the exception of one Mon 3 times. Holy shit. That sucks. Yeah, our most deadly battle was against Lance. We got through all 4 of the Elite Four with... Oh, sorry, excuse me. No casualties. I did clutch up and beat Rib with just a Jumpluff though. Wow, okay. Alright, should I teach Kiryu counter? I don't really like the prospect of making him attack last, but it would be... It's an interesting thing to propose, because even though Kiryu has a nature that benefits special attack, I really don't like Mega Drain on him, because it just does so little damage. I don't know. Maybe it's just better to have an HP absorbing move at all. How far have I gotten in the post-game? We've beaten Brock, Misty, Lieutenant Surge, Erica, and Janine. We just haven't beaten... We haven't fought Sabrina, Blaine, and Blue yet. And that's the main reason I'm training, because I don't feel confident about fighting Sabrina's Pokemon. She only has 3, but they're pretty damn good. I'm gonna give up on teaching Counter, I think. Sabrina through Blue is a pain in the post-game, so preparation never hurts. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I'm not, like, holding myself to a, like, I'm not doing a hardcore Nuzlocke, so if I feel like I'm not ready for a gym, I'm just gonna train the hell out of my Pokemon, because it's not like I have a level cap that I need to be adhering to or anything. Even though, you know, I should probably be trying to adhere to one. Not like a hard cap, but like a soft cap, because, like, you know, if I just spend so many streams grinding, then the whole game will be trivial, so, you know, obviously I'm not gonna, like, just over-level my Pokemon by a huge amount. Also, hey, Eben, welcome to the stream. I am doing well. Oh my god. Why do you keep missing? So I don't like low accuracy moves. I feel like I should probably take the EXP share off so that when I'm training a Pokemon like Toffee, it actually is doing more. Because splitting that XP sucks. Oh hey, Mystery Dungeon Soul. Yeah, I can already tell the XP gain is a lot better now than it was before. What the hell? Did our attack just go up by 5? That's insane. I know I'm EV training, basically, here. But, like, whoa. I didn't think it would go up by that much. I thought it would go up by, like, 3 or maybe even 4. Should probably keep an eye on how much the speed is going up by, too, because, like, Ponyta and Doduo give speed EVs. Because that's also a stat that I want to improve on Toffee. Honestly, I think my main goal for these, like, next few streams is to not lose Toffee, because every time I've gotten a fire type, I've lost it, like, very quickly, in this Nuzlocke, so I'm gonna try and keep Toffee alive. Because as you may or may not know, fire types are surprisingly rare in Pokemon games. Sinnoh infamously had a fire-type problem, where the fire-type Elite Four didn't actually have fire types. All fire types, I mean. He could have had more fire types, but he didn't. It was weird. I don't know why they decided to make him a Fire Elite Four if they didn't want to give him a full party of fire types. It was a very odd design choice. Yeah, there was there's the the starter line, Magmortar and Heatran. those are the only fire types introduced in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum, like from Sinnoh. Obviously, Platinum had more because they actually put more fire types in the game to compensate, but like, they're not from Sinnoh. Sinnoh just did not introduce enough fire types. And for like, if you go through like Pokemon by generation and stuff like that, or like by Pokedex order, you can actually see like, oh well, you know, this generation only had this many fire types, and just like, it's so ridiculous how they just don't make a lot of... Heatran and Magmortar weren't really obtainable in Diamond and Pearl. Could have swore I had Heatran in Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Heatran was in Diamond and Pearl, because I remember going into Stark Mountain in Platinum and thinking, whoa, Stark Mountain looks cooler. It looks more unique. And, I mean, I wouldn't remember Stark Mountain like that as a kid unless I had gone there and had something memorable happen there, which I'm pretty sure was catching Heatran. I can even remember, like, Heatran's Diamond and Pearl sprite in comparison to the Platinum sprite, so I feel like you could obtain Heatran in those. I'd have to look it up, but I feel like that's the case. Give me more Ponytars, please. They give more XP. That's not a Ponytar. I don't know if you're blind, game, but that's not a Ponytar. Thank you. That's a bit better. Interesting looking pony, I'll say. Now when I level up here, I want to see how much speed I'm gaining. +4 attack, +3 speed, that's pretty good. Oh hell yeah, National Park. Why are you calling me, Dana? My Psyduck is getting prettier. Okay. Thanks for the valuable phone call. Is this what it's like when you give kids who shouldn't have phones? They just be like, oh, guess what? I love my Psyduck. Bye. I wouldn't know, because I wasn't like one of those kids. I didn't get my phone until I was like, what, 15, 16? So, I mean, I had an iPod Touch. It's basically the closest you got to a phone that wasn't a phone. But, yeah. I didn't get like a proper phone until I was well into my teens. Which is, like, I'm just gonna say it, I think that was the right choice. On my parents' part. Here comes the best part. Hell yeah, great song. Yeah, the transitions in this mix are a little awkward, but hey. They probably just slapped together some music and went good enough, and you know what, I respect that. They probably made the mix mostly for themselves, anyway. What move are you trying to learn? Bounce. Bounce is such a weird move. It's like, oh, it's bounce. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's fly, but it's a worse fly. But also, it can paralyze. It's such a strange move. Like, I don't even know if I should teach it. Hey Tags, welcome to the stream. It's an annoying fucking fly. I don't know. It's weird. I don't think I'm gonna teach it. Oh, actually, I've got an interesting question for the American viewers in chat. Do you guys celebrate St. Patrick's Day? And if so, how was your St. Patrick's Day? It's not that big of a deal in Australia, which is kind of weird because, like, Australia exists because England sent Irish convicts down here. Mostly Irish convicts down here, so, like, you'd think we'd have a bit more of an appreciation for St. Patrick's Day, but I mean, I celebrated it when I was at school as a kid because I went to Catholic schools, but like, other than that, you never really hear about St. Patrick's Day here. But apparently it's a big deal in the US. Or, well, parts of the US at least. I'm assuming in Boston it's like a huge fucking deal because there's so many Irish people living there. I mean, the fucking basketball team is called the Celtics. They should be called the Celtics, because that's actually how you pronounce it. But Americans call them fucking Celtics for some reason. Anyway. It's pronounced both ways. I only heard it be pronounced Celtics until I found out about the basketball team. Like, that was... I'd never heard it be pronounced Celtics before then, so... I'll take your word for it. I just never heard it myself. But yeah, one of my friends, I was playing online with one of my friends, and he was drinking for St. Patrick's Day. Who boy did he get drunk. It's always, interesting, to say the least, when you've known a friend for a while, and then you hear them drunk, and it's like, oh yeah, you're like, kind of a different person when you're drunk. Not in a bad way. It was just kind of funny, like, oh yeah, you're definitely not... You know, it's a side of you I've never heard before. Yes, give me all of your EVs. Why does this version of Ecruteak City sound so weird? Is it that pitch thing again? Where it's like... Because this is definitely not what it sounds like in the game. Have you guys ever noticed, like... when like a video game does an album release, and like you go and listen to the album version of the song, and it's at a different pitch compared to how it plays in game. There's like an Undertale song that's like that, where it sounds slightly different in the album version, and I'm like, why does that happen? Like, why does the pitch change? How does the pitch change? It's really weird. I'm sure most people don't pick up on it, because like, sometimes it's such a slight change that only someone who is, you know, a sucker for attention to detail like I am would really notice it. But like, sometimes it's very apparent to me, and I'm like, oh, what the... This is like kind of distracting me. I know some games don't have actual soundtracks, so they have stems that stitch together with your gameplay so it can be more immersive, so the soundtrack needs to be created after the fact. That's true. I think Breath of the Wild's field themes are like that, where like, I don't think there's technically a master track for them. I think they just made several individual tracks, and they, you know, play depending on the context and stuff like that. Yeah, it's odd. Okay, I gotta go to a Pokemon Center. If I keep running into Ponyta, I won't be able to defeat them because they all have Flash Fire. Please let me rest my Fire Pony in here, thank you. Sorry, my Fire Unicorn. When does a pony stop being a pony? Or are ponies like actually separate from horses? I don't know enough about horses to know what the situation is there. A pony is a type of horse. Okay, because like as a kid, I thought that ponies were just the names of like baby horses. So I just thought that like, oh, you know, at some point a pony becomes a horse. Like... You can tell I didn't grow up on a farm, even though I live out in the countryside. I grew up in horse country? Well, yeah, there you go. You'd know more about it than me. I really liked the Black and White and Black 2 and White 2 had these town themes where, like, you could talk to certain NPCs and then add instruments to the song. That was a really cool feature. Wish more Pokemon games... Actually, I wish more games would do that at all. Obviously, there's, like, a lot of themes where over the course of the game, more instruments will be added to the song and it'll become, like, a proper, like, full version, but... Talking to NPCs to add to this song is such a cool premise. Ponies are when a horse is a certain height at full maturity, and they're usually stocky too. That makes sense. They're about 147 centimeters tall. Gotcha. So there's a decent height difference between me and a tall, like the tallest pony. Hey Jed, I'm a bit late, but I'm here now. No worries, Charlie. We're getting a phone call from Kenny. He's talking about how a wild Nidorita suddenly jumped out at him. It said we hikers stake our life on being prepared for anything, so I have to count this as a failure as a hiker. At the shoulders, not the head? Oh, okay. Wish this NPC didn't have so much dialogue to get to the healing part. Speaking of that, actually, I'm sure you saw, but I published 2 chapters of my book last night. Yeah, I did see that. I'm very happy for you. I haven't read them yet, but I will eventually. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Bummer. I've been trying to keep in my head that, like, I miss so many of Charlie's messages in these kinds of streams that whenever I see a chat message from Charlie, I need to read it straight away. But then, like, there's that thing where it's very easy for me to lose track of what I was thinking about when I immediately move to something else, and so, yeah, I really need to work on that. Sometimes I'm fine. If it's like something that I really, really want to talk about, I can usually hold on to it, but... Also, wait, I just realized, why is there such a difference between the color of Ponyta's eyes and Rapidash's eyes? Like, Rapidash goes from having, like, those dark, beady eyes on Ponyta to having, like, you know, they almost look like human eyes, but with a red with like a red iris. Is that the right part of the eye? I think it's the iris, because the sclera is the white part and the pupil is the black part. So I think the iris is the colored part. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm remembering eye biology. I really shouldn't have used these fire blasts on the Ponyta. There's a story that I've been writing for a while where, the non-human humanoid characters have, like, they're kind of like ghouls. They have, like, black eyes. And so, like, they have black scleras, and then, like, their pupil and their iris are, like, you know, different colors. But they can, like, hide their eyes out in public. And then... But like, if they try and do a human eye appearance, then when, like, the sun shines on their eyes, the glint is, like, the same color as their true eye. So, like, there's like, a character who has pink eyes, and so when she hides her eyes, they're like brown. Damn it, I thought Vance was gonna try and fight me. Ugh. Damn it. And yeah, when the sunlight shines on her eyes, it's got like a pink glint, which I think is a cool thing. Hang on, again, I missed chat messages. I really need to read more of your book. I keep forgetting and then waking up like, I want to read more, it was interesting, and then I keep forgetting and repeat. And that's alright, I don't blame you for forgetting, you know, it's like it's the most important thing. Interlude 2 and 3 are quite scaled back compared to Chapter 4. Chapter 4 had a big fight scene, not really a fight. And then Interlude 2 has 3 characters total, with only 2 in the room at once at any time, and Interlude 3 literally only has 1 character in it. Yeah, that's something that I've been struggling with writing my book, is I have introduced so many characters, and I want to make sure that they're all covered in each chapter, and so it's like, how long is too long, and how much is too much? And like, you know, I've tried to, I mean, for the sake of the story, not just for the sake of making running the story easier, the story easier, they are, like, mostly grouped up, and so I can okay, so these guys are grouped up, so these are the characters I know to, you know, talk and you know, what they should be doing. And then, like, in other scenes, I, like, split them up, and one person's doing something in particular away from the main group, and I'm like, oh god, I have to remember so much. I actually had to, like, retcon a part of the book after rereading, because I was like, wait a minute, for the last 3 chapters, these 2 characters who should, like, be like, whoa, what the fuck? I can't believe we're meeting like this, didn't. And so I was like, oh shit, I gotta go back and fix that. If it makes you feel any better, 3.5 words is a short chapter. What? 3.5? Do you mean 3.5k? I'm assuming you mean 3.5k, because, like, what? Yeah, okay. I was confused. Man, taking the XP share off really makes grinding faster. We started the stream at, what, Toffee level 43, 44. Now Toffee's level 52. About to become level 53. Oh, that's right, that's what I was going to talk about. It was in relation to, text. I was playing a multi-world randomizer with some friends the other day. And if you don't know what a multi-world randomizer is, it's like a randomizer where you play with your friends and it's all split across different games. And, like, you can find items from a completely different game in your game, and it sends them to your friend who's playing that game. It was really cool. Like, one of my friends was playing Kingdom Hearts, I was playing Pokemon Emerald, and other people were playing, like, other games I hadn't really heard of before. But, like, I'd be playing Emerald, and then I'd be given the HM for Surf while I'm still in Oldale Town, because someone found the HM for Surf in their shop, in their game. And I was like, oh, thank you. And because I picked Mudkip was just sweeping through everything, because you're not supposed to have a move as powerful as Surf that early in the game. Which, it was very fun. And then, like, a bunch of other people got me, like, star pieces and Stardust and gold nuggets, so I had, like, $15,000 at the start of the game. It was really good. I didn't get to finish it, unfortunately. Time was not on my side. However, it was fun. Early Surf is funny, yeah. All 7 parts in my book have a total word count of 27,000, which means on average that's 3.9k words. I haven't, like, done a count of how many words I have. I could do it with the Google Doc version of it, but I don't have every chapter in that. I'd have to copy and paste a shit ton of text into the Google Doc to find out how many words I have. All I know is that the average is probably somewhere around 1.9k words per chapter. Rough estimate, but it could be. Right. Has anybody been recommended that video on YouTube talking about the importance of fonts in video games, and they had in the thumbnail that, like, the font used in Breath of the Wild sucks? Or is that just the algorithm targeting me specifically? Not like it's a bad thing, just I wonder if anybody else has been recommended that video. I haven't seen that one yet? Okay. Maybe you'll see it soon. I think I got recommended it because I've been watching Any Austin's videos, and Any Austin has that one video where... I mean, I haven't watched it yet, I'm still working my way to it, but he has a video where he talked about where Breath of the Wild's rivers go. I love Any Austin, yeah, he's great. Any autism? I mean, he probably, like, not to throw shade or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has autism. He has that, like, level of attention to detail that people who typically have autism have. I don't want to, like, you know, make assumptions, but he radiates vaccines, but I get you. I'm not really sure what you mean by radiates vaccines, but I also love this video about the GTA 5 power grid. Yeah, I've been watching his unemployment videos. The Skyrim town has this unemployment rate, this Pokemon town has this unemployment rate, and he just, like, makes assumptions about so many of the characters. Oh, if vaccines gives you autism. Okay, I see what you mean now. Absolutely insane. That people, like, there are actually people out there that think that. It's quite sad. His content is really soothing and incredibly interesting. Yeah, definitely. I also, I think the last video of his that I watched was the one where he talks about, well, he and his friend talk about the woodworking in Skyrim and how it's kind of crappy in some areas. Like, you know, talking about, like, the executioner's block at Solitude, and the woodworker friend was like, I'm assuming they just don't have a texture for, like, rings cut from wood, because that's what you would use for an executioner's block like this. Instead, it's just like a... They cut it, like, it looks like they cut it in a very awkward way. Like, they would have cut the tree down the... It was either the short way or the long way, I can't remember. But they were like, yeah, that's kind of weird. And then later on, they found an actual texture that was, like, you know... that had, like, the rings and stuff, and it was like, oh, okay, so this is, like, properly, like, cut wood. Why didn't they use that on the executioner's block? It's fun hearing an actual person that works with wood criticize video game wood. It's very fun. That's a really good genre of video, I think. Expert in a certain thing critiques that thing that appears in a video game that most people don't really think about. But, like, you know, you can very much critique how that stuff appears in video games or how it behaves. Like watching fighting experts, watching like fighting experts watching like Yakuza combat, and it was cool them saying like, oh yeah, this is this is obviously a fighting style that's been developed from street brawling because this is like very unprofessional. And then they saw like the agent style from Gaiden, and they're like, okay, yeah, this is like professional, like combat training, like, which is, you know, that's what they say in the game, right? Like, Kiryu does get like professional combat training from the Daidoji in Gaiden, so it was very neat seeing that kind of stuff. I really like the one about woodworking in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I still haven't watched that one yet. Yeah, it's great. Like in the Skyrim video, they looked at Ulfric's dining table, and his friend was like, "Oh yeah, like check this out. There's like this is an actual thing that you should be putting at the end of tables like these so that they don't get warped." And they were saying like, you know, hey, this is the reason why like park benches usually get warped, because they don't have this thing on the end. So it was cool that they had that thing on the end as a cool attention to detail. Hello Tags, you're back? I didn't even know you left, but good to have you back. Toffee is almost the same level as Electro. That's when I'll probably stop leveling up these Pokemon that aren't Bitch and Helio. Evil streamer doesn't realize his viewers are leaving. I mean, what am I supposed to think? If someone stops talking, am I supposed to just assume that they left? Or am I, you know, should I assume that they've just gone AFK, or that they're just lurking, like they don't actually want to talk, you know? Like, I don't want to make those assumptions. Has anyone died today? Not yet, and hopefully it stays that way. Now, okay, Fire Blast does the same amount of damage as Flare Blitz, but it's Flare Blitz is a recoil move, which I'm not exactly a big fan of. It is physical though. I feel like I should maybe just keep Fire Blast as my higher damage move, even if it's a special attack, just because the worst thing that can happen is that it misses. With Flare Blitz, it's like, oh, I could really hurt myself here and possibly die. So I don't know if I should teach Flare Blitz. Sorry I won't be around much. That's alright, Liz. Do what you gotta do, you know? At work until 10 PM? Ooh, that's rough. Same until Thursday. Yikes. Be a toxic streamer and read out your viewer list and ask why someone hasn't said something. Don't, that's against TOS. I mean, yeah, even if it wasn't against TOS, I still wouldn't do it. That's a joke. I was getting ready to end my stream, that's why I had this on in the background. Oh, I didn't even realize you were streaming. Sorry about that, Tags. Yeah, let's give a shout out to Tags. How do I do that? Shout out. Everybody go give Tags a follow, he's cool. Is that the right account? Oh, I think that's the wrong account. Unless I don't follow you on Twitch. Maybe I don't follow you on Twitch. Is that your account, Tags? Yes, it is. Okay. Sorry, I haven't followed you on Twitch yet. I follow you on YouTube. That's a terrible thing to say, Charlie, even as a joke. Oh, you don't stream on Twitch? Oops. Well, follow Tags on YouTube, I guess. Anyway, I'm not going to be teaching Flare Blitz, because it's just, I don't like recoil moves, especially in a Nuzlocke. Not a good idea, in my opinion. Whoa, that was abrupt. I know I've said that a few times now, but it is very abrupt. I'm so used to, like, songs fading out and then the next one playing afterwards, that having them just abruptly swap is a little jarring. You and one other I watch on Twitch, I type in chat? Hell yeah. I'm glad that, I'm happy to know that I am one of the few people that you decide to watch on Twitch and talk in chat with. I just learned that King Charles III is actually 2 years younger than Trump. That doesn't even surprise me. Because Charles might look older than Trump, but Trump puts on shit tons of makeup. So, like, you know, I am not shocked at all that he's older than Charles. Anyway, I don't want to really talk about Trump. Trump has done... I feel like Trump's done more damage already as the president than he did in his entire first term. Maybe I'm just exaggerating, but that's how it feels. Among Us might be doing a collaboration with Yakuza? What? That would be insane. I know Yakuza is, like, becoming more okay with collaborations, because, like, there was that Dave the Diver Ichiban DLC. They tweeted out something and people got Yakuza from it. We'll have to look at their tweet. I'll look at that after this fight, actually. Because I'm curious. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that is an Among Us. That is an Among Us, Yakuza crossover. It says, for some reason, the crewmates are really getting into karaoke. There's a disco ball and a bunch of colored silhouettes. And... yeah, I mean, the hairstyles look a little odd. But I think that means... Yakuza. That's wild. Okay. One is Pirate Majima. I guess that makes sense. I would have expected a Majima collaboration to have his... to just have his, like, normal hair, and not with the pirate hat, but I guess since it just came out, it's appropriate. Man, Doduo has not great defense for dealing with Toffee, because it had its defense sharply increased by acupressure, but I still one-shotted it with Stomp. Alright, this should be a level up. Sure is. Hell yeah, level 57. Oh yeah, I mean... the thing about the Yakuza Fortnite collab is that... a Fortnite leaker was like, oh yeah, by the way, it's happening now, like, for real, like, they're actually doing a collaboration now. And everyone assumed that, like, oh, they're gonna be in the Battle Pass then, right? And they weren't. Very much not there. Speaking of Yakuza, here comes Kiryu. It's gonna be a little dangerous to start, but... yeah, I don't feel confident about having Kiryu fight solo yet. Let's have Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear! Actually, no, we'll keep doing that. At the top of the Valve Half-Life 20th anniversary page, there's a crowbar that is distinctly different to any previous crowbar models, and the PNG and the HTML is titled crowbar3.png, and now Half-Life 3 truthers have been resurrected. Half-Life 3 truthers have been active for a while now, actually, Charlie. There's been like a bunch of there's been a bunch of people saying that, like, oh, by the way, Half-Life 3 is actually happening now. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that's pointing towards, like, oh, they're doing a big, playtest internally with, like, friends and family of the developers. Saying, like, oh, yeah, they're ramping up playtests for, Half-Life 3. This is bad. Oh, good, we finished it off. And then, yeah, like, having a distinctly different crowbar model and calling it Crowbar 3 seems pretty... that seems pretty much like an indication of, yeah, we're making Half-Life 3. If you're Gabe Newell, how could you not create Half-Life 3 before you truly retire? Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm not Gabe Newell, you know, I'm not gonna pretend like I know what Gabe Newell thinks, but if I was Gabe Newell, I'd be like, my final swan song will be Half-Life 3, and then I'll retire. That sounds like a pretty good way to end it. I'm not sending out, Freddy Fazbear there, because I felt not great about his chances of staying alive. Then people want Half-Life 4. Well, not if they make it very apparent that Half-Life 3 will be the end, which I'm assuming they will be. If they wrap up all the loose ends and, just, generally make a good game that feels like a good ending for Half-Life, then I'm sure. Oh wait, I missed one of his previous chat messages. I never played Half-Life, but I don't think Half-Life 3 is going to come out. As an ex Half-Life 3, ex Half-Life 3 disbeliever, trust me when I say there have been a lot of things pointing to it actually happening. Yeah. There's there are some people who are just straight up saying oh yeah, Half-Life 3 is absolutely happening. It's not even a question. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when it comes out. Whereas there's people who are, I think, less informed, because the people saying that it's gonna happen are very well informed. Others are saying oh, it's not gonna happen, because, fucking Valve never counts to 3. They didn't make a Portal 3, why would they make Half-Life 3? But no, it seems pretty... It seems very likely now that they are making Half-Life 3. Which is cool, because, it's something that's been a myth for such a long time. And, yeah, I think back to the, anniversary of Half-Life 2 stuff that they did, and I think, part of that, in my opinion, was, getting people reinvested in Half-Life, so that when Half-Life 3 happens, everyone's like, oh my god, what? It's actually finally happening, and everybody's paying attention to it? I don't think Doduo knows any flying type moves, does it? I might be able to let Kiryu fight Doduos. I'll have to try that, if we come across a Doduo. I could also maybe try Mach Punch. Not yet. Because if that's how much Hyper Fang is doing to Freddy Fazbear... No! That was close. If it had used Hyper Fang again, Freddy Fazbear would have just died. Holy fuck. Fast forward, almost killed Freddy Fazbear. Oh yeah, here's the fucking Siva gonna rip again. I don't know why they put a Siva gonna rip in this. It's so weird. They must have thought it was an actual song. I didn't mean to run away from the Doduo. If Freddy Fazbear dies, he won't be able to survive 5 nights. I don't think Freddy Fazbear is the one doing the surviving. Stop flinching! I've been going back to the other Switch Pokemon games to try and complete my national dex on Pokemon Home, and I'm getting very, very close to having a completed Pokedex of the entire series. I need 49 more Pokemon across all of the games until it's complete, which is kind of insane. They should just make a full Lego Half-Life at this point. I mean, has Lego ever collaborated with Valve before? I don't feel like they have, but I could also just be not. I could just not know about it. Please stop stockpiling. Oh, it didn't matter. I crit. Lego Dimensions ended with a Portal segment, and Valve said that was their Portal 3. Everybody had different ideas within Valve of how they wanted to make Portal 3, and then settled on making a half-canon sequel by making the Lego Dimensions section. The final credits of Lego Dimensions has a GLaDOS song and everything. Interesting. That's a very interesting way of compromising. I mean, respect. It's just kind of funny. I really wish I would stop getting phone calls right as I'm about to exit that house, because they happen too quickly. I want to see how Kiryu does here. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. As long as it doesn't use... as long as it doesn't get a crit on Hyperfang, it should be fine. They should make a Lego Yakuza? I'm not really much of a Lego guy, so I probably wouldn't buy it, but I guess I could see the appeal. That would eat, but is it too violent? Probably. Because, I mean, what's the most mature franchise that Lego has collaborated with? The credits theme is about how GLaDOS totally doesn't miss Shell and talks about how she gets to hang out with Batman now. It's Star Wars? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Star Wars, but I didn't know if there was, like, any other ones they might have collaborated with or not. What is Kiryu trying to learn? Oh, Force Palm. Does more damage than Mach Punch, but it's not a priority move. I could get rid of Mega Drain and keep Leech Seed. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. Leech Seed is a good enough absorption move and isn't affected by Kiryu's bad special attack, so sounds like a plan. Force Pump should also do more damage than Headbutt. Can't wait for Lego Mortal Kombat. Oh man, I can't wait to see those Lego fatalities. This stream is about Bakiryu becoming a Pokemon. Like a Pokemon. Like a Pokemon infinite HP. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that Acupressure can, like, increase your evasiveness or accuracy as well as the base stats. It's so interesting. Haha, get poisoned, idiot. Lego Mortal Kombat could have happened due to Fortnite? Wait, do they make Lego versions of every single skin? Including, like, mature franchises? I don't remember if there's a Lego Venom style. Is there a Lego Venom? Because if there's a Lego Venom, then there would absolutely be a Lego Scorpion. There isn't a Lego Venom? Not for every crossover. So it's possible that there is no... But I mean, I guess Scorpion's already in the game, so if we know that there's a Lego Scorpion or whatever, whoever it is, I don't even remember which one it is. Yeah, I'm assuming if the character itself looks too menacing, that it probably won't get a Lego, but I mean, the Mortal Kombat characters typically aren't very, they're usually not very terrifying looking. I mean, obviously there's that one lady who has like a gross mouth, but she wears a mask most of the time, so they'd be able to make that work. I don't know why some styles have and some don't. I think it's got to do with how the character looks. If the character looks too scary or too gross for kids, then they just won't get a Lego style. Which is understandable, right? Because obviously Lego has an image they want to maintain. Sounds like we're nearing the end of the mix. They're making Pokemon Lego sets? Yeah, I did see that before I hopped on. I was like, huh, there you go. It's interesting because, like, I remember when Pokemon did, like, a pseudo-Lego collaboration. They did, like, a collaboration with a company that wasn't Lego to make, like, blocky Pokemon stuff. So it's kind of funny that they're now doing actual Pokemon Lego sets. What about a Lego Pokemon game? Well, unfortunately, I think the devs of the Lego games have, like, been replaced. Like, apparently Lego's made their own game division now. And so I don't know if that means that they're just not gonna have the developers of the previous Lego games make their games anymore, or if they're gonna, like, integrate them into the Lego games division, or if they're just gonna, like, you know, be like, hey, you should work with us as a support studio on the Lego games because we know you're good and we want to take it more into our own hands now, but we're willing to have you on board. I don't know what they're gonna do with that, but yeah. It's an interesting situation. I was mistaken earlier, it's not the 20th anniversary of Half-Life 1, it's the 20th anniversary of Half-Life 2 specifically. Half-Life 1 will turn 30 in 3 years. Yeah. I knew what you meant. I knew you meant Half-Life 2. Or, like, you know. I knew that the 20th anniversary was specifically about Half-Life 2, because they did that whole, like, anniversary update and, like, the developer commentary and stuff like that. They only really do Lego skins of Fortnite skins if the crossover is already something Lego did a collab with. I really dislike how much damage Freddy Fazbear takes. By the way, Doduo and Dodrio in fact have the ability to learn Fly. Yeah, I remember watching a video about Pokemon that should or shouldn't learn Fly. And it was like... I think in Gen 1, Charizard couldn't learn Fly. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Yeah, but I was watching Adef, who's a Pokemon / Zelda / maths content creator / streamer. He's cool. But yeah, he made a video about, like, oh, which Pokemon should be able to learn Fly based on, like, they have to not only be able to support their own weight, but also support the weight of a 10-year-old child. And, like, basically only the legendary bird Pokemon could... Oh, God, hang on a minute, I gotta swap. Basically only the gigantic birds were capable of doing that. Because a lot of the Pokemon that you would typically use for Fly, they either can't even support their own weight, or they can support their own weight, but definitely not while also carrying a 10-year-old child. So it's like... Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very fun video to watch. And, like, one of my favorite videos of his was, like, he was originally going to make a video about Pokemon's ice puzzles and, like, the physics of them. And then he realized, because of the way that the ice puzzles work in Pokemon, he realized that, because of physics, the Pokemon world has a solution to the energy crisis, because when you're on an ice puzzle, the only thing that will ever stop you is like a rock or a wall. So in other words, there's like no friction on ice in Pokemon. And so theoretically, if you could get something moving and then make sure it never gets impeded, you have infinite energy because it doesn't stop moving. So if they just figured out how to get something moving and keep harnessing energy from it on ice, then they would have literally infinite energy. So it was very interesting. Oh, Sky Uppercut. 10% chance to miss. Does 85 power though. Wait, yeah, I've seen that. Have you seen the video or just like the premise of it? His videos are great. Oh, sick. You'll watch 8F2. Hell yeah. Yeah, he hasn't made a lot of YouTube videos. Like I was able to watch all of his videos in like 1 or 2 nights. But yeah, he's like the videos he makes are good, so they're worth the wait. I'm conflicted because Sky Uppercut is a nice increase in power. It does have a 10% chance to miss though, and the power difference between Mach Punch and Sky Uppercut is kind of too big for me. Like, if I had to pick 2 fighting moves to have, I would rather have Sky Uppercut and Force Palm, but at the same time, Mach Punch is a priority move, which is really nice. I like being able to know that I can act first, assuming that the opponent isn't also using a priority move and they're faster than me. Does it give times Molt Balatro humor? Yeah, the moment I saw that in chat, I was like, that's a Balatro joke that I don't get. I could get rid of Headbutt, but like, if the Pokemon resists fighting, and I don't have a grass attacking move, I just have Leech Seed. If they can resist fighting, then I guess if there's a Pokemon that resists fighting, there's not really any point in me having the Breloom out at all anyway, so I don't know. What do you guys think? I watch people hunting shiny Pokemon because I can never get one. Damn. I must have had like a really good ID and secret ID in Omega Ruby because I got so many shiny Pokemon in the wild in Omega Ruby. I got a shiny Graveler, a shiny Lairon, and like I didn't even have to try that hard. Like I got those Pokemon from pure luck. I was just training in those areas or encountering wild Pokemon in those areas. Like I was on a Mirage Island or something. I got a shiny Graveler, like holy shit. And then I got a shiny Lairon while training in Victory Road, and I was like, oh hell yeah, I can get a shiny Mega Aggron? That's sick. I do not know enough about Pokemon stuff. You know what? I'm not going to learn Sky Uppercut. I don't like that 10% chance to miss. I think it's unreliable. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't see any shiny Pokemon until Gen 6, because that's when they increased the odds. So yeah, I mean, the Raticate that I got in, that I saw in this Nuzlocke that fucking 11 ball killed, that was my first time ever seeing a Gen 4 shiny. It was my first time seeing a full odds shiny in Gen 4. In a game where the odds are still 1 in 8,192, so... yeah. All I know about Pokemon is shiny Pokemon and gotta catch 'em all. You know what? Fair enough. I would say that that pretty much encapsulates why people stick around with Pokemon. People like catching them all and they like hunting shiny Pokemon. Obviously there's, you know, the competitive side of things too, but like... all things considered, that is a pretty, like, a relatively small part of the fan base. The majority of people just like playing the games. And Pokemon Bike. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another video that, 8F made. About how, the storyline of the video is that, like, the CIA or the FBI is, like, investigating... or was it NASA? I can't remember. But someone was... he was like, oh, someone wants to investigate the Muck Bike's potentials as a weapon. Why, though? And then he, like, goes into how fucking, like... with how fast the Muck Bike goes and the fact that you can literally turn it around instantaneously with no, like, turning around animation implies that it's, like, you know, it's got some bizarre properties that kind of defies modern physics, so, yeah, fun stuff. It's always interesting, like, because, you know, obviously they're not, like, the developers aren't making these decisions and thinking, like, oh yeah, this is how our universe operates, you can just do this. They're obviously not doing that, they're just, you know, they just didn't want to do a turning around animation, they just wanted to make it instantaneous. They didn't think about how, you know... I love when contrivances are made for making video games realistic when they're not meant to be. Yeah. I'm pretty sure 8F has actually, like, said that in one of the videos before. Talked about how, you know, what he does is silly, but it's still fun. Pokemon is real. God, I wish. Actually, do I? Maybe I don't. Because, like, if Pokemon were real, then the Pokemon that can literally destroy the world would be real. So, like, I don't know if I'd actually want Pokemon to be real. If I could pick which Pokemon were real, then yeah, I'd be down for that. Because then I could be like, I want all the cute Pokemon that you can have as pets to be real. But none of the ones that can literally destroy the world. Kick the door open, make them all real. Sounds like a horrible idea. Stop giving me Ponytars when I have Kiryu out. It's not cool. Make them real so I can catch them all. Well, that requires somebody to make functional Pokeballs. I don't know if we can do that. I don't think you saw it, so I'm copy-pasting it. Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I always do this. Somehow, the messages that I miss the most are Charlie's. What if Pokemon could learn every move that they have the typing for, but cannot learn moves that are different typings from their own? Pokemon would become a bit monotonous then, because... I think part of what makes Pokemon so interesting, especially when, you know, like I was playing competitive Scarlet and Violet with like terrestrialization and stuff, I think Pokemon being able to learn types of other moves is a big part of what makes competitive Pokemon like kind of interesting. Oh shit, you're not gonna live this. That sounds like a video idea, probably someone's probably done that. Maybe. Maybe look it up. You know, video game, when I asked for Ponytars, that was like a different point in the grinding. Now I don't want Ponytars. Okay, thank you. Haha, get put to sleep, idiot. Look at all these idiot Pokemon coming into contact with my mushroom. Of course you're gonna get a status condition, you dumbass. Wonder if Mach Punch can one-shot Eradicate now. Do I have to play Pokemon to understand Yakuza? No, absolutely not. Alright, let's test this out. Damn, alright, Mach Punch one-shots Eradicates now, hell yeah. That's sick. Pretty sure Mach Punches don't one-shot the Doduo though. Who the fuck is Torren? My Golbat works really hard. Everything oh, it's the kid that gave me his number. But you do need to play Yakuza to understand Pokemon. Of course. Since the new Pokemon game is set in a city, maybe we'll fight Kiryu. To my knowledge, Kiryu has never been to France. It'd be kind of weird if he'd been to France. Everything okay over there, Charlie? It scares me every time. Sorry. It's not my intention to scare you. But wait, Ichiban travels the world? Well, what the fuck? There's so much damage. Ichiban and Kiryu, the only other place they've been to outside of Japan is Hawaii. That's it. Kiryu wasn't even there for that long. Ichiban was there for longer. Ichiban show up in space to help the crewmates. Yeah, but that's not canon. Now I'm just imagining Ichiban playing Among Us. Yeah, okay. I assumed that Mach Punch wouldn't one-shot a Doduo, but I wanted to see. It is indeed the case. Okay, well, it's a crit, so I can't actually figure out if it one-shots or not. Because of course a crit will. Ichiban gives away the fact that he's the imposter by saying yes while fist-pumping every time. No, I think... because Ichiban is so bad at lying, I think if he was the imposter, he would try to lie, but like, everybody would know it's him, straight away. because he's just such a bad liar. I know I've said it before, but I really dislike how much damage Freddy Fazbear is taking. His defense is terrible. Yeah, that's Pokemon music for you. Mind Reader. Does that make it the next attack hit? Well then. It's useless because I didn't teach Sky Uppercut, so... Also, I don't want to get rid of Leech Seed. Leech Seed's a good move. You stockpiled too many times, Arbok. It's useless. When I played Pokemon games, I didn't read what any of the moves did. When I was a kid, I always picked the moves that did the most damage and disregarded like accuracy and stuff like that. Which made like Elite Four fights a little difficult at times because I'd miss and then like, oh no, I'm not doing any damage, they're doing damage to me. And then like I'd never teach any status moves, I'd always only have attacking moves. And then obviously as I've gotten older, I've become averse to moves that have lower accuracies and stuff like that. This is the last song in the mix, so I'll have to pick a new one after this. And there it is, that's the end. Alright, new mix. Nostalgic Pokemon music, but it's Gen 4 and 5. Let's listen to this then. Oh, Fairbank City again. We can maybe skip this one. Kiryu is really starting to come into his own. Oh, okay. Headbutt one-shots, apparently. Cool. Works for me. Doesn't one-shot this level 30 Doduo. Interesting. Very interesting. Must only just defeat the level 28 Doduo then. Hello, Chad. Pokemon League is the great gathering place for all trainers who wish to become the champion. Oak acts as the... Wait, did I say coordinator, or... Either way, it said that Professor Oak works with the Pokemon League, which is interesting. It does explain why he shows up at the end, when you beat Lance. Don't mind me and my big bear. Please heal them. My bear that stands on its hind legs. Not that bears don't do that, just that this bear only stands on its hind legs. I was just thinking in my head, it'd be really funny if you critted so that the Intimidate didn't do anything. And what do you know, it did. It did crit. Kiryu is the best Pokemon, I don't want to see him die. If he does, I'm singing Baka Mitai. But it's not your fault that he died. If anything, I should be singing that song if he dies. I was always confused on how to pronounce the name of this city in Black and White. I pronounce it Icarus because it's spelled I-C-I-R-R-U-S, so I went Icarus. That's why I call it that, but it probably has some fucking thing where, like, because it's where the ice gym is, it's like Icarus or something like that. What are you trying to learn? Scary Face. That sounds more useful than Sweet Scent. So yeah. Icarus is how I always said it. Which actually makes less sense because it's not spelt with an A. Icarus? Is that how you pronounce it? It's such a weird... Like, why is it spelt that way? It just causes confusion. In my mind. Icarus? Oh, okay. Icarus. Oh hell yeah, Nighttime Heart Home City. I love Heart Home City. It might be one of my favorite cities of the Pokemon games. The music is great, I think the place looks cool. It's where the contest hall is. I know there are plenty of games that do it, but we need more games that have day and night versions of the theme of an area. Pokemon doesn't really do that anymore. I think the last time they did it was Sun and Moon. I mean, I know it's extra work for the composers, but like, it's so worth it in my opinion. I say that as someone who isn't a composer, so don't don't take it as gospel from me. I just really like that. I think it's very cool. Love Sun and Moon. I didn't play enough of it. I just remember like the grind for the Elite Four being really annoying, and it put me off of wanting to play Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, because I thought they'd just do the same thing again. Because like Sun and Moon, are easy games. That's why they made Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon harder. But like, I had hard enough of a time with the Elite, like grinding for the Elite Four for Sun and Moon, that when I heard that Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon were harder, I was like, what the fuck? Why would they do that? I'm not playing that then. Nowadays, I do want to play it because, you know, I haven't played them, and I now know that I missed out on Ultra Necrozma, which sucks, because, like, I would have loved to have witnessed that for myself at the time. However, it did not happen. How was I supposed to know the one Pokemon game I was going to skip had one of the coolest boss fights in Pokemon history? Sun and Moon was easy, but Ultra Sun and Moon never completed it. I do have a poster of Ultra Sun and Moon. I had the fan edition of Pokemon Sun, so I had, like, the poster of the map of Alola. I still had the steelbook case. But I was a dumbass and traded in Sun because I disliked the grind for the Elite Four that badly. I did beat the champion, but I had no desire to play the post-game in that game. I mean, I got Necrozma, but, like, after that I was just like, oh man. I was also just, like, as a kid, I really liked the gym structure of normal Pokemon games, so when there was the whole, like, the Kahuna thing and the trials and stuff like that, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right. I had Moon because I loved nighttime. Yeah, see, I got Sun because I remember hearing about the names of the legendaries got leaked before the gameplay was shown. So I heard the name Solgaleo, or Solgaleo, however the hell you want to pronounce it, and I thought, oh, so that legendary is going to be a Sun Lion. That's cool. And then I heard Lunala, and I was like, okay, I mean, obviously it's Moon, but like, I don't know what it's supposed to be. And then they revealed the legendaries, and I was like, oh, it's a bat? Oh, yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. So I went with Solgaleo. Nowadays, I have a greater appreciation of Lunala, especially because of its typing. Ghost Psychic, that's pretty cool. So, like, if I were to rebuy the, holy fuck. If I were to rebuy the Gen 8 games, it's not Gen 8, Gen 7, I would probably buy Moon, because I think I like Lunala more than Solgaleo now. Also, when I got Sun, I was under the impression that, like, from hearing what its signature move was, Solgaleo, Sun Steel Strike, I thought that it was a Fire Steel type, which I thought was a really cool typing. Obviously, it had been done before. Heatran was Fire Steel, but, like, I remember hearing Sun Steel Strike and, like, Sunline and thinking, oh, hell yeah, Fire Steel, that sounds sick. And then I get Solgaleo, and I'm like, wait, what the hell? Why isn't Water super effective? And then, yeah, I found out it's fucking Steel Psychic, and I'm like, what the fuck? You made a Sun Lion, and it's not even Fire type! What were you thinking? And that really pissed me off. That's probably another reason why I stopped playing Sun and Moon, because I was like, man, what the fuck? You fumbled this. I don't care if you already have a Fire Lion, I want another one. This one's cooler than Pyroar, in my opinion. That really pissed me off. It's probably why I like Lunala more now, because at least the typing makes sense. Ghost and Psychic, those are the typings you would associate with, like, the night sky and the moon and stuff like that. Like, the power of the moon. So yeah, I'd probably get, like, actually, if I wanted to get all the exclusive Pokemon, would I have to get, like for the Ultra Beasts, for example, would I have to get, like, either Sun or Moon, and then get the opposite game for Ultra, so that I can get the Ultra Beast that I missed out on plus the Ultra Beasts that are exclusive to the Ultra ones. I'd probably get Ultra Moon because I don't remember how I got it, but I do have Blacephalon in Pokemon Home, and Blacephalon is the Ultra Sun exclusive Ultra Beast. So I'd probably get Ultra Moon so I can get Stack Attacker, but man. The Ultra Beasts are weird Pokemon, man. Especially with their stats. Like, I get that they're, you know, like, they're aliens from another dimension. Like, of course they're gonna be weird. But, like, their stat distributions, again, make sense because they're aliens, but, like, they're so weird. Blacephalon was a gift at one point? For what game? You know what, now that I'm talking about, like, the Switch games and stuff like that, I kind of want to show you guys my Pokemon Home, near the end of the stream. Like, maybe when there's half an hour left, I'll just hop on my Switch and show you guys my Pokemon in Pokemon Home, because I've got a shit ton of Pokemon in there. A lot of duplicates, but, there's some cool Pokemon in there. Like, what the fuck, man? Why does Ponyta do so much damage to Ursaring? I hate it. Yeah, I can show you guys, like, because I've talked about how, like, I have the original Keldeo from the very first time it was distributed. And, like, you know, the fact that I only got it because I randomly decided to check Mystery Gift one day, and then when I checked when the event expired, it expired the literal next day. So I just managed to get the original Keldeo. Obviously, I can say that, but, like, you know, I can prove it by going to Pokemon Home, and you can see that the original trainer ID is Win 2013, and that the date of the date that I got it is, like the day before the event ended. So, yeah. I want to show you guys that kind of stuff, because I'm pretty proud of it. Stop giving me Ponytas! Maybe I'm okay to just use Force Palm on them from now on. Oh my god, why am I getting so many Ponytas? These things are supposed to have like a 10% or 5% chance of showing up. Okay, there we go, something different. Attack went up by 4 and speed went up by 3. Hell yeah. Kiri wants to learn Seed Bomb! Okay, yep, we're forgetting Headbutt then. Does more damage than Headbutt, and it's also a stab move. Good for you, Kiryu. You got a good grass move. I'm probably not gonna pick up this year's Pokemon game, so I'm gonna save it for Switch. Oops. Autocorrect was like Switchblade instead of a Switch. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, thank God. How did that not one-shot? That's ridiculous. Anyway, fuck. No, yeah, that's completely fair. Oh, hell yeah, the Dream Yard. Oh, I don't have a move that this thing doesn't resist anymore. Oh well, can still defeat it. No, yeah, that's completely understandable, because, wait, Switchblade is what, it's why you've been calling them that since 2020? Interesting. Oh yeah, actually, you know what, I think the reason I have Blacephalon, I might have got it from the Sword and Shield DLC as one of the Pokemon from the Max Lair. Because I'm pretty sure all the Ultra Beasts, all of the like version exclusive Ultra Beasts are in the Max Lair and the Sword and Shield DLC. But obviously like, because I have Sword, it has the Ultra Sun and Sun Ultra Beasts, so I wouldn't have gotten any new Ultra Beasts from the max layer besides Blacephalon. So, yeah. Speaking of version exclusives, you know what's really, really weird about, like, Gen 3? Typically, what they do with the Pokédex is they put, like, they always list the exclusives in a certain order. Like, it's Ruby and Sapphire, not Sapphire and Ruby, right? But the thing is, in the Pokédex, I think Kyogre goes before Groudon, which is so weird. Because it's not Sapphire and Ruby, it's Ruby and Sapphire. So why is Kyogre before Groudon in the Pokédex? It doesn't make any sense to me. Arnie, why are you calling me Arnie? I don't care about your Venonat. Call me if you want to battle, not to talk about random shit. God damn. So annoying. How dare this person want to talk to me about their life? Hey, Canela City. Oh wait. It's another Seaver Gunner rip. Dude, why do so many people fall for these Seaver Gunner rips and put them in music mixes? That's so weird. I think my favorite Seaver Gunner rip is Beneath the Mask from Persona 5, but as the Galactic Eterna building theme. I should play that actually, that's a really good rip. Let me pause this one for now and play it. Galactic Eterna building. Seaver Gunner. Now, which one is it? This one. Seaver Gunner had an alt named Silver Gunner that was actually just a rip channel, but then it got taken down by Nintendo. Yeah, I think I remember that. But yeah, this is a really nice rip. It like, the quality of these rips always, it never ceases to amaze me, because like, it's one thing to like take a sound font and just like put a game into a different, like a song into a different sound font. It's all a play on Silver Gunner. I mean, I think so. But like, this just straight up sounds like they have to plan them way ahead of time. I think so? I don't know a lot about how Seaver Gunner operates. I just know that their rips are like fucking phenomenal. Because this just straight up sounds like Beneath the Mask, but Pokemon put it in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Like, they somehow, like, get the compression level on the sound just right so that it actually sounds like it's from the game. I don't know how they do it. We know they have at least 30 people making videos for them. Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a pretty big group, but... Still need to finish Persona 5? Yeah. Persona's great. But I also understand that you haven't finished it, because, like, they're fucking long games. Yeah, I knew that Silver Gunner isn't... I knew the Silver Gunner isn't one person. That's why I've been trying to, like, remember to use they when I refer to them, because not as, like, oh, they use they, them pronouns, but, like, it's genuinely multiple people. So... yeah. Level 43, hell yeah. We're almost getting there. I almost banned him, then you banned him faster. I would have banned him even faster if I didn't accidentally click on the messages tab instead of the ban button. Wade is calling me. He wants to give me berries. No thanks. I'm fine. I appreciate the offer though. My pronouns are they, them because I literally am a collective. Silver Gunner, probably. That's always the funny thing when, like, bigots and awful people try to be like, they, them as a pronoun is really stupid and doesn't make sense. And then you like, you know, you try to point out to them that, like, hey, they and them are actually pronouns that you use in everyday life. You use them to refer to multiple people at once. So, like, it's not that much of a stretch. And then they're like, ugh, it doesn't count. And, like, they just fall apart because, like, they try and act like pronouns that aren't he, him, or she, her are, like, non-existent. And then the moment you point out to them that they actually are pronouns that you use in everyday life, they're like, I'm dying. Obviously they don't say that, but, like, that's how they act. Oh yeah, right, this isn't a mix, so that's the end of it. Oops. Here, let's keep listening to that original mix again. How's Kiryu's speed? Oh right, Kiryu's speed is being hampered, that's right. So Kiryu would be faster, but his nature is making it worse. So just as well I'm investing in it then, because the last thing I want is for Kiryu to be a slow ass. It does mean that Muck Punch is useful to keep though. It's a good thing to keep Muck Punch, because Kiryu's speed isn't the greatest. No, Kiryu, be faster and become like a Pokemon. It would be really funny, like, I don't think it's ever gonna happen, but it would be really funny if RGG just made like a straight up Pokemon-like game and called it like a Sujimon. And it's like literally just a Pokemon game, but with like Sujimon and like the Sujimon Sensei and that kind of thing. That'd be very fun. I know they had the whole Sujimon. I mean, hell, you could use that as the basis for the game, right? Like the Sujimon battles from Infinite Wealth. You could They could definitely do it if they wanted to. I just don't know if they will. They probably won't. But also, RGG made a zombie apocalypse game, so like, you know, who knows what they could end up doing. How's Freddy Fazbear's speed? Oh, its speed is actually being increased. Oh, that's why it's dying so... That's why it was taking so much damage before. Its hindered stat is defense. I see. It makes sense now. I would play that, and as legendaries, just Ichiban and other characters, perhaps. I'm not sure if they do anything like... I'm sure they would do like legendary Sujimon. There probably are legendary Sujimon in Infinite Wealth and I just never saw them because I barely played the game mode. But yeah, that could be fun. Like you're playing as a customizable protagonist that doesn't really have anything going, like you're just a blank canvas, and then the legendary Sujimon are like Yakuza characters. How would Shiny work? They just wear different outfits. And they're just rare outfits. Play as a random NPC. We could be Yakuza NPC male face number 8. Maybe that's what the next Yakuza game's gonna be. I would assume they're working on the next mainline entry, though, because Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii links up with... I think it's meant to be... As insignificant as the majority of the story is, I do think it's meant to be a bridge between Infinite Wealth and whatever the next game is. So it'd be a little bit weird if the next game wasn't the next game. Even though Infinite Wealth came out in 2024, so like it wasn't that long ago. Because there were 4 years between Yakuza Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth, so 4 years between main entries. But that might not be the case this time around. Maybe we'll get the next mainline Yakuza game in 2026 or 2027. This is a Gen 5 song, right? Frozen Opelucid City, Black 2, White 2. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing. And I don't remember a lot about the like legendary story stuff from Black 2, White 2. I just remember that Kyurem, you could fuse Kyurem with Zekrom or Reshiram. Why did I use Feint Attack? That was silly. But yeah, I forgot that Opelucid City gets frozen. It's very cool. Yeah, well, personally, I want to do a Nuzlocke of Black and Black 2, not just one of the games from Gen 5, because I think the games are different enough that they warrant separate Nuzlockes. Because with Black and White, it's literally just Unova Pokemon, whereas with Black 2 and White 2, there's, like, Pokemon from other regions in the early game as well, so... it'll definitely be... There'll be 2 separate Nuzlocks that I want to do. Liz is calling me. Oops, wrong number. How do you get the wrong number? You should have wrote my name down. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Project Century. Yeah, hang on, they'll be doing that in between, so... Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is going to tie us over for a little bit. I didn't mean to use Seed Bomb. Okay, good. I'm bulky enough. Yeah, I honestly completely forgot about Project Century, so yeah, it's going to be a while until we see the next... It probably will be a 4-year gap between Infinite Wealth and the next mainline game then, probably 2028. Because Project Century won't come out until next year, at the minimum. But we also don't know how long it's been in development for, so it could potentially be even further away. But knowing like how quickly RGG tends to make their games, although I suppose the only reason they make games so quickly for Yakuza is because they reuse a lot of assets. I'm assuming they're making a lot of new assets for Project Century, so it'll probably take longer to develop Project Century than the other games. Yeah, it could be a new series for them. I'm interested to see what it ends up being, because it looks like it's like a game set in, like, the earlier 20th century, right? So it's like, it's like not a lot of games have really explored that time period. The only game that I can think of that's explored that time period is, wait, actually, no, hang on. Is it the 19th century? Is it the 20th century, or is it the 19th century? I don't remember anymore. But it's like when Japan opened their doors to, like, Britain and stuff like that. Before or after World War One. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. But, it's like when Western culture started to come to Japan. And the only game I've played that was like that was, The Great Ace Attorney. That was like Phoenix Wright's ancestor in that time period. It was a very, very good games, by the way. I am not teaching Dynamic Punch, has a 50% chance to miss, and I passed up on Mind Reader, so not happening. Yeah, I want to see at least one more Judgment as well. Like, I wouldn't care if we didn't get if we never got another Judgment game after that, but I would like to have a 3rd Judgment game, because, I don't know, it doesn't feel right to only have 2 games. I feel like you should have, like a final send-off for the Judgment characters. And hell, they could even, like, loosely tie it to the stuff that's been happening. Like, maybe Yagami ends up going to Hawaii for whatever reason, you know? That could be cool. I mean, they've spent all this effort on making this new map in Honolulu. They may as well... Like, I know they've obviously reused it for Pirate Yakuza, but, like, hey, I'd like to see how Yagami interacts with people in Hawaii. That'd be cool. I think Hawaii has one more game there, then we won't see it again. Yeah, I really do think they should bring Judgment's characters to Hawaii. I don't know how they'd explain it, but I think they very much should do it. They don't even have to take it to, like... They don't even necessarily need to take it to Hawaii either, though. Like, they could take... Like, there's a map that they've only ever used for one game, and that's Hiroshima. Yakuza 6 took place in Hiroshima, and, like, they've never reused Hiroshima. So, like, what if they did that? That would be cool. Take Yagami and crew to Hiroshima, or, like, maybe even Sotenbori. Like, well, I guess Kaito and Higashi were in Sotenbori during Like a Dragon Gaiden, so I guess... And, like, the reason they were there was to see, like, to see if they could potentially expand there. They obviously decided not to in the end. But, yeah, I mean, like, there's other places they could go. They don't necessarily have to go to Honolulu. But yeah, I think it's also just as likely that we probably won't see Honolulu again for a while after Pirate Yakuza, because we've now had 2 straight games based mostly in, well, not mostly, but like, featuring Honolulu quite prominently, and so it's... We're probably more likely to go back to somewhere like Kamurocho, or, hell, maybe even just Morijincho. For the next whatever they do. I'm not sure what they're planning to do. I think they're either going to get more out of Hawaii, or they're going to do a new area, I think, for the next game, because... I don't know, I kind of feel like they've done what they can with Honolulu. I'd like to see a new area in the next game. But who knows what they're gonna do. Maybe somewhere else in the US? Well, yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing of, like, obviously I haven't, you know, finished the game yet, but there's, like, the whole thing of this guy who's looking for the Esperanza treasure in Pirate Yakuza is from New York. So, like, I mean, it's a long distance to travel, even from Hawaii, but, like, they could take us to New York? That would be very interesting, if not, like, kind of weird. Because then it'd be, like, veering into, like, oh, you know, now we're dealing with, like, it's like ex-Yakuza characters dealing with Mafia characters. I'm not saying it's weird for Yakuza characters to be dealing with Mafia characters, because they obviously have. Now see, yeah, Judgment in New York would, I think work a lot better, because there's plenty of mysteries and unsolved cases in New York that Yagami could take on, for sure. If they had made it so that, like, there's, like, continuity between the games in that Yagami is more well known because he's solved mysteries, like, big mysteries. Because that's, like, one of the big problems with the recent Yakuza and Judgment games. They're like, Ernest wants to fight me on Route 17. Okay. Actually, I don't know, he might be too strong. But yeah, like, Infinite Wealth and Lost Judgment kind of are in this space where they don't... Because they want people to play the games who didn't necessarily play the game that came before it, they don't, like, reference too many things that would have, like, happened as a result of, that don't end up happening because they want to make it, like, separate. So, like, Ichiban and the gang should be well known already going into Infinite Wealth because they helped expose Ryo Aoki. Rest? Nah. they like expose Ryo Aoki on a national level, so like they should be well known, but they don't get well known until in Infinite Wealth until fucking Tatara calls them out. I mean, they do. Tatara does allude to like the fact that that they're like involved in the Great Dissolution, but they don't really mention anything else besides that. So they, you know, there's like a lack of continuity there, and like obviously Yagami should be well known in Lost Judgment because he solved the mole case, but like he's not, not really. So I mean, I feel like the only way they'd be able to send Yagami to New York is if he's now extremely well known, both because of the mole and the school serial killings, the bully serial killings. So like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like, Ichiban wouldn't go to New York. They'd have to really stretch to make him go to New York, because he goes to Hawaii for a very personal reason. And, I mean, unless they decide to make it so that Ichiban has, like, a long-lost brother, even though Ryo Aoki was basically his brother, I really can't see them taking Ichiban to anywhere else in the US besides Hawaii. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, they just gotta go back to Japan, like, find a new part of Japan to, make an area out of. Hell, they could, like, they don't even have to go outside of Tokyo. They could just make a new area out of a different part of Tokyo. Like, they could do an area based on Akihabara, or, like, Shibuya, or, you know, like a more, crowded / populous part of Tokyo. And there's plenty of variety in there. There's plenty they could do in Japan still. Hell, I'd love to see... I think it'd be really cool to see Sapporo, like an area that's in Hokkaido. That could be really cool. Having like, having like Mount Fuji in the background would be sick. I haven't been to Japan in real life, but in Yakuza they could even go somewhere else in Japan. Yeah, for sure. There's plenty that they can do within Japan still. They could go further north to Hokkaido, they could go further south to Kyushu, like, I mean, I guess they did, actually, Okinawa. But, you know, Ichiban could go to Okinawa. Obviously, Kiryu wouldn't be able to, because that's where the orphanage is, but, like, you know, what if Ichiban goes down there for some reason? That could be cool. Very abrupt finish. Sorry that this stream has just been grinding. I promise this will be worth it though. Because once we finish grinding like this, then when we go fight gyms, we won't have to grind between gyms. We'll just be able to go from gym to gym, which will be nice. How many characters do we think will be playable in like a Dragon 9? Well, I don't think Kiryu is gonna be in it. I think, obviously I haven't finished Pirate Yakuza, so I don't know if Kiryu shows up in that. But, I think they've pretty much confirmed that Kiryu is like out of commission now. Like, he's not gonna be playable anymore. So it's just gonna be Ichiban and his crew. So his crew is every playable character from Infinite Wealth minus Kiryu. So it's a big gang. They could potentially exclude some of them because, like, you know, they could, as much as I would dislike it personally, they could exclude Zhao, Jungihan, and Sun He because they're all like still involved in organized crime. BRB, no worries, Ibn. I would dislike it if they excluded those three because I like them, but they could exclude them for the reasons of like, well, you know, they're still involved in organized crime, so they're busy handling their side of things. So if that was the case, then you'd be left with Ichiban, Namba, Adachi, Sayako, Chitose, and Tomizawa. So you've got 6 there, and you could potentially introduce 2 or 3 more new party members. So, I mean, there's, you know, they could do some interesting stuff there. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really cool to cross over Judgment and Like a Dragon at some point. I don't know if they ever will, because I think the appeal of Judgment is that it's a series you can play without having played the Yakuza games. Once they, like, cross them over, you then have to, like, tell people, hey, to really, really appreciate this crossover, you need to play the other games, because they had this thing where they don't want to make people play... They don't want to make people feel like they have to play the previous game, which I understand, but I'm also kind of opposed to, because I prefer having that kind of continuity present. But, oh well. It's not the end of the world. I just think it would be really cool to have, like, Yagami and Kaito and Sugiura and the gang meet the Yakuza characters. Like, I don't know how they'd meet, I don't know what the context would be, I don't know what the reasons would be for joining up, but I think, having, like, the gang from, like, even if you just, like, if you took Jungihan, Zhao, and, Sun He out, and then put in Yagami, Kaito, and Sugiura, and then have, like, the two teams being Ichiban and his friends, and then Yagami, Kaito, and Sugiura, plus some party members from Ichiban's crew, that could be really cool. That would be... I think that'd be really interesting. I wish when people were like, who's this Ichiban guy helping out Kiryu, would actually be like, hold up, something might be going on here, considering I know Ichiban is that one guy who added a corrupt government official. Exactly. Ichiban was on, like, national TV at some point during Like a Dragon, so it's like, why, you know, that continuity, that lack of continuity between games kind of sucks, but, oh well. It's not the end of the world that they do that, it's just, I'd prefer if they didn't do it. How's Kiryu's attack now? 150, how's that compared to everybody else? Freddy Fazbear's 149. Toffee's is 177, Bitches is 140, Helio's special attack is 200, so we're all kind of starting to get up there in attack stat, which is nice. Hang on, let me bring Freddy Fazbear back out. But I do think it would be really, really cool if they brought the Judgment characters into Yakuza and have them meet Ichiban, and then, like, because they're in the same game, they have to have the same combat style, and so, like, Yagami meets Ichiban, and somehow gets the turn-based thing happening, and he's like, what the hell? What's going on? And then, like, just, you know, like, that would be so funny to see, like, Yagami doing turn-based combat and being influenced by Ichiban. That would be so fun. Sayako and Namba are like, you get used to it. Well, yeah, Sayako and Namba would have been like that when they were with Kiryu, because Kiryu was like, wait, what the hell? Is this what Ichiban sees? Back in Infinite Wealth, so yeah, be a similar situation. But yeah, it'd be interesting if the characters that were with Ichiban, let's say the characters that were with Ichiban in Infinite Wealth go on to Yagumi's team, and then the people that were with the remaining people who were with Kiryu in 8, you go to Ichiban's side, and then like whoever's left over gets put on, you know, like either team. Like that, I just think that'd be really, really cool. Fazbear wants to learn Snore. Ho 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 ho. No. That's my answer. You are not learning Snore, especially because you can't go to sleep because I didn't give you rest. Oh. It's another rip. They even put it down as Amity Square Beta Mix. It's not a beta mix, it's a Siva gonna rip, dude. Come on. These people seriously get tricked into thinking that these are actual songs from Pokemon games, or like unused songs, and not just like other songs made to sound like they're from Pokemon. Like a Judgment Yakuza's Detective. Yeah, I know Sivaguna calls the songs stuff like that, but it's just funny that, like, because I get the feeling these people don't recognize that these are, like, rips. Because they put them in Pokemon mixes. You know? Like... This is meant to be like a relaxing Pokemon mix, but instead it's like relaxing Pokemon mix plus a Sivaguna rip. Like a Judgment Yakuza's Detective Infinite Files in Hawaii Ishin. Oh, make sure you add Kiwami at the end. Oh boy. No, yeah, what would you call what would you call a game where Ichiban and Yagami are in the same game and they're working together? Nice crit, hell yeah. Call it Dragon Detective? I was thinking like maybe Like a Dragon, and then the subtitle is like something to do with a case. Like a Dragon, the something case, you know, something like that. That could work. I would call it Judgment and Like a Dragon. Doesn't really roll off the tongue as well, though. Like a Dragon, Death of Judgment? Damn, that sounds hardcore. Yeah, new Helldivers Warbond. It's coming out tomorrow. Yeah. I haven't like looked at what's in it yet, but I remember my friends talking about it last night. I was like, huh. Western. Interesting. You have the update now? Wait, what? So, okay, I saw a blog post saying that the Warbond doesn't drop until the 20th of March. So that, to me, says the Warbond isn't in the game yet. So either this is just a game balance update, or they were wrong about the Warbond. Because I'm assuming it's just an update, otherwise they were lying about it coming out on the 20th of March. Because the 19th of March for me, so it's definitely not coming out tonight, my time. Tags Divers 2. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is happening. They probably did a game balance update, and then the same update it puts in the Warbond content, and then the content will be available tomorrow. Yeah, it's what they usually do. They usually do an update before the Warbond comes out, but it's pretty close together this time around. $30-something minutes until it hits the 19th for me. Damn. What time zone are you in? Are you in the UK? Because if you're in the UK, that would put you 11 hours behind me, which would put you close. Put you in the right time zone, but... Bro's in the tomorrow zone? No, that's me. It's the 19th for me. Still the 18th for you, Charlie. UK is where I spawned in. There you go. No, it's the 20th here. Uh-huh. Sure it is. He's from the future. She's from the future. Charlie's a she. I didn't mean to use seed bomb. Oh well. Something tells me that would get blocked. I think even people in the Republican Party would be like, no, don't do that, that's stupid. Because I guess he wouldn't be able to do an executive order on that. That would have to go through, like, the courts and, like, the Senate and stuff like that. I say that as somebody who doesn't know how the fucking government system works in America, but I do know that there are limitations on what can be done through executive orders. I kinda want to see that happen. I don't. It's stupid. It goes against time zones. It goes against literally how the Earth works. Trump makes every American legally women. Trump then a month later makes it technically illegal for women to have sex. What did he mean by this? He made it impossible to have sex in the US, which means that the birth rate will literally become 0, and then the US will die. That's what will happen. Alright, we're in the 50s. We're in the final stretch. We're almost ready to go take on Sabrina. I don't like Orange Man. Thing is, a lot of people don't like Orange Man. You're not alone there. He only won the election by a small margin. If just a few more people voted against him, he wouldn't be the president, but here we are. Technically ignoring the first executive order, the second one would mean male on male sex is the only legal form of sex. What did he mean by this? I mean, back when Trump was on that vaccine cocktail, he did say something like he wished he wanted to kiss everyone on the mouth and like, oh, I want to kiss all the girls and the guys. I want to give everybody a big kiss. So he has publicly stated that he wants to kiss men. So, regardless of what mental condition he was in at the time, I would not be surprised. Yeah, I feel the same way about that, Ibn. Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about politics. Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear is pretty political, am I right? God. Freddy Fazbear. What a guy. Mental condition, no, just mental. So true. Still grinding, I see. Hi, Rabbit. How you doing? Yeah, we're still grinding. I'm getting everybody to level 57 at the least, before I go and fight Sabrina. But hey, at least we're on our way to fighting the next gym leaders. That's progress. We've been making really good level progress, because Toffee was like level 43, level 44, and these two were in the... Kiryu was like level 24, and Freddy Fazbear was level 33, so we've made really, really good level progress in this stream. Granted, it's because we've been grinding for 2.5 hours while on sped up, but it's good progress nonetheless. Nerf Rudies. Jesus Christ. You give me a stroke. Spubby. Efreef. That's what you sending that message reminded me of. McNaldo's. I love the it. I remember cracking up at those fake, like those reassembled brand names. Taco Barco, tinkle outside the binkle. I don't know if you're still in chat, Rabbit, but check it out. We have Kiryu, the Breloom. We managed to make a Yakuza reference in Pokemon. We did it. Isbep Kurga Bing Haven Yaeways. Yeah, I think the one that I saw was like Bubgakurg, have it in a way. And then, I don't know if Beppis was on there, but Beppis is a classic. Wheaties, old-fashioned Hergus Burgus, that's a good one. And people said it couldn't be done, a Yakuza Easter egg in Pokemon. They said it couldn't be done, but I did it. This lady in this house must be like, wow, you're really, really training. What's wrong with you? You haven't left this route in like 2 weeks. More like a week, but you know. She must be really concerned about our well-being. That we're training out here so much. Countless wild Pokemon slaughtered. They're fine though. Not like they keep coming. They just infinitely spawn. That's why it's okay to... No, I'm not gonna say that. training like a Pokemon. No way. I'm just wondering how much heals she has. It kind of sounds like she has the training to be a Nurse Joy, but she doesn't. She doesn't work at the Pokemon Center because she could just heal you straight away. It's not even like, I'll give you potions, like a Pokemon Infinite spawns. You're so right. Oh yeah, Pokemon in the area have PTSD from the 70-day genocide. Oh god. Imagine how many dead Pokemon are lying in the grass patch. No, they're fainted. It's not the same thing. So many fainted Pokemon, it's so different, trust me. We're getting there, chat. Might be long and then we will never have to... Well, okay, maybe never is an exaggeration, but we will not have to train here. Dude, that happened like at least a week ago. Why are you only saying that now? He was talking about the fact that I moved the Snorlax with the flute. Come on, man, that was ages ago. At least the next game will have an EXP share. Well, there's an EXP share in this game, we're just not using it because I think it's more efficient to focus on one Pokemon at a time at the moment. What the... No? What happened? Use it? No. The reason we've gained so many levels is because we're not splitting the XP. Focusing on one Pokemon at a time has proven to be a lot more efficient. What I just realized, is this repeating now? The mix? Yeah, it is. Damn it. Let's listen to this mix. Yeah, this mix is called A Calm Day in Pokemon, so gonna be a lot of chill music in this one. At some point you should make your own playlist. Yeah, I know, I should. Here's a good song from Legends Arceus. It's the music that plays when you report to Professor Laventon during the day after catching some Pokemon. Da-da-da-da. Something that's really exciting about Legends ZA, which I was going to say earlier but cut myself off and forgot. The director of Legends ZA got announced during like a Japanese Game Awards ceremony. Well, okay, maybe not during it, but like it was, we like found out that information through it. It is a guy who has been working at Game Freak for about 11 years. The first game he was ever credited on was Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, so he's been there since at least 2014, maybe 2013. And his specialty is 3D graphics. And the games that he is credited as working on are, among others, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, Sun and Moon, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and he was in like a supervisory role for Scarlet and Violet. So, excluding Scarlet and Violet, the games that he has worked on in the graphics department have looked really good for like, you know, when they've come out. Like, Pikachu and Eevee remains the most polished looking Pokemon game on the Switch. That is the mainline game. Obviously, like, new Pokemon Snap looks nicer than Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but that's not owned by, that game wasn't made by Game Freak. Sun and Moon looked really good on the 3DS. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire were also very good looking games on the 3DS for 2014. So, you know, he seems to have a good grasp on like which Pokemon games look good. And so this is his first time directing a Pokemon game with Legends ZA. And I think that kind of explains why Legends ZA actually looks kind of decent, because the guy who's in charge of everything, the guy directing it, is like a senior graphics designer. So I think we have partly him to thank for why Legends ZA actually looks kind of decent. Because he's, you know, telling people like, hey, you should be doing this way, all that kind of stuff. I think they did have more time. I think they had at least an extra years of time, because they announced Legends ZA last year and then said nothing for a whole year. And then said, by the way, we still don't have a concrete release date yet. With Scarlet and Violet, they announced that, said it was coming out in... They announced it the same year that it came out. Which was really worrying, and that's why it looks so bad, because like the hype season and the like announcement and it coming out was all the same year. That was a terrible idea, especially on the heels of Legends Arceus, like right after Legends Arceus. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl was made by Ilka, not Game Freak, so it doesn't really like add to the load that they had. But like, oh man. That was a terrible idea. That's why so many people were worried about Gen 10 being announced in the most recent Pokemon Presents, because they thought they were going to repeat the same mistakes of Scarlet and Violet. And thankfully, it's just Legends ZA. That's the only thing they're focusing on this year, which is great. Well, actually, Pokemon Champions might come out this year, but that's a pretty separate thing. Game Freak isn't actually developing it, they're just doing the planning for it. Pokemon Works is the one developing it, so it seems like Game Freak will absolutely be working on Gen 10 in the background, but like, it's not their primary focus at the moment, and obviously not enough has been done on it to warrant being announced. So, I like where they're going. Oh, I loved Scarlet and Violet as a game, like it was still really fun, but boy, the visuals are by far the worst part of it. I think Scarlet and Violet had a lot of good things going for them. There's just like glitches and lack of visual polish were its weak parts, and for a lot of people that was inexcusable and they couldn't enjoy it. And honestly, valid. I completely understand that. But yeah, like, it was still fun, in my opinion. I hope the next Legendary won't be a bike. I get the feeling that was a one-off thing. I mean, the last two cover Legendaries for games have been a little bit gimmicky, like, and like, they've also been very similar to each other. Like, Sword and Shield was, oh, they're both dogs, one has a sword, one has a shield main. Okay, whatever. And then Scarlet and Violet was like, oh, they're both dragon bikes, but one's like an ancient Pokemon and one of them's like a futuristic one. So I hope that the trend breaks with the next game. Like, I hope that the next game isn't a case of two legendary Pokemon that are similar, that are, like, in my opinion, too similar to each other. I hope there's more of a difference between the two of them. But yeah. We'll have to wait and see. I just gotta hope for the best. I do like the direction they're taking the game, though. Sorry, not taking the game. I like the direction that Game Freak and the Pokemon Company are going in terms of games, because it seems like they're now spacing out games a bit more and maybe getting a little bit more development time in, which has been sorely needed for a long time. Like, the last time we didn't have a mainline game come out, whether it be a remake or a brand new game, the last time that happened, because I count DLC as like, oh, the content that would have been in a third version, therefore it's still technically the mainline game. And you know, the DLC has been fairly sizable. They've been like fairly big, so I would count them as basically their own releases. So, if we're including DLC, the last time we didn't have a mainline Pokemon game released was, I believe, 2015. They had a gap between Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire and Sun and Moon because they wanted Sun and Moon to come out on the 20th anniversary. But then 2017 was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. 2018 was Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. 2019 was Sword and Shield. 2020 was Sword and Shield DLC. 2021 was Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. 2022 was Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. And then 2023 was Scarlet and Violet DLC. And now 2020... Wait, hang on. Wait. Did I fuck up my counting? Sorry, 2024 was the first year where we got nothing. Was the most recent year where we had nothing. So there was, 9 years between 2015 and 2024, first years with no gaps. So, yeah, that kind of alludes to, like, Legends EA having more development time, because, you know, it's... You know, that's the first time in almost 10 years that we've had a year with no mainline game. So, good sign in terms of development time. What did I miss in chat? Please be a car as the legendary. Just Miyamoto himself is the legendary. All the antagonists, that would be incredible. I just want Gen 10 game to get 2 years of DLC. I wouldn't mind that. If the game is liked enough, like if enough people kind of just like come together and agree that this game is actually really good, we could potentially get 2 years of DLC. But at the same time, I feel like Game Freak might want to move on from a game after that like year of DLC. They might think it's too much to do 2 years of DLC. I know some people would probably think that 2 years of DLC is too much, but I personally, I actually wanted to see more DLC of Scarlet and Violet, because I liked the Scarlet and Violet DLC a lot. I liked it a lot more than Sword and Shield's DLC. And I think that's mostly because Scarlet and Violet had really strong characters, in my opinion. I liked Carmine and Kieran. I liked the characters that were in the base game. I thought the characters were really good, particularly Arven. Arven's a great character. And so I would have loved to have seen more of them, even though the epilogue was actually a pretty good wrap-up for Scarlet and Violet, because it brought the characters from the main game back into the DLC and had them meet the new rivals. That was cool. And also it was actually free. Like, it was a free content update. It was actually kind of cool. Pokemon Generations would be a good title. I mean, I think they've called a show Pokemon Generations before, so they probably wouldn't also call a game that. They'd probably want separation between the, they probably want separation between the games and the anime in terms of naming. Where do we think Gen 10 is going to be set? I hope we go back to an old place. Well, the first Gen 10 game will be its own region, but then we'll probably also get a remake as well. And so I think Black and White remakes are most likely, especially now that we're going to be moving to a new console with the Switch 2. Because every time they've made a remake for a game, they've always made sure that the remakes are on separate console hardware. So like Fire Red Leaf Green was GBA, Heart Gold Soul Silver is DS, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire is 3DS, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is the Switch. So it follows then that the Black and White remakes will be on the Switch 2, because there is always a console generation between remakes. Even though like you could make an argument for them doing Black White remakes on the Switch, because the Switch, like Diamond Pearl Platinum and Black White, Black 2, White 2 was the first time they did new Pokemon games on the same hardware. And then that trend continued, obviously, from then on. But they have, like, there was a precedent for it. They just decided not to do it, which I think is actually a good thing. And I'm hoping that they take the criticism of BDSP to heart. Even though BDSP was a commercial success, which probably means that they're going to do the exact same thing with Black and White. They're probably going to remake Black and White and be faithful to Black and White and not do Black 2, White 2. Ideally, they'd do an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire situation where they have the base game be remakes of the originals and then include like the third version / sequel content in like the post game. Obviously, they can't include all of it because that's a whole ass game this time around. But like, I just hope that they see people complaining about the fact that they are remakes of Diamond and Pearl and not remakes of Platinum, and that there was so much content of Platinum that was not put in the remakes, that they go, okay, we have 2 different games worth of content to bring over. We should probably do main game is Black and White, and then post game, and like have a decent post game, decent length post game that is like the Black 2, White 2 stuff. Like, you could just have it so that there's a time skip. Or like, you know, have it like as like a menu option. Like, oh, do you want to play the sequel deal, like the sequel content? Or, dare I say, they make the fucking Black 2 and White 2 content DLC, paid DLC. I fucking hope they don't, but they might do that. Like, there's a lot of things they could do. And I'm hoping that they just decide to take the criticism to heart and make sure that there's Black 2, White 2 content in the remakes, even if the Diamond and Pearl remakes were commercial successes, despite the shortcomings. Yeah, it's an awkward situation. I'm not sure what they're gonna do. I hope that they make the right choice, but they might not. Because they were financially rewarded for doing basically what I would consider the bare minimum. Pokemon Time and Pokemon Space for Gen 10. I mean, that was Diamond and Pearl. Like, sure, they weren't called Space and Time, but that was the concept of them. Dialga was Time and Palkia was Space, so I get the feeling they aren't gonna call them Pokemon Space and Pokemon Time, because they already have legendaries associated with those things. They've kind of stopped doing legendaries that are associated with actual concepts. Because, like, you know, Hoenn was the water and the earth. Sinnoh was time and space. Gen 5 was kind of stretching it, with, like, the truth versus ideals. That whole thing was, like, I feel like that might have been a translation thing. Maybe, like, in Japanese, the whole Reshiram versus Zekrom thing made a little bit more sense, but truth versus ideals in English they're not exactly opposites of each other. They're not really related. It was kind of weird. I like Reshiram and Zekrom, don't get me wrong. I just think that whole part of it was weird. And then Carlos was life and death. Xerneas gives life, Yveltal takes life. That was cool. And then Sun and Moon was the Sun and the Moon, but then once we got the Sword and Shield, it was just kind of like, oh, Sword versus Shield, past versus future, and they were like, I think it's just because of the nature of the legendaries, like it was the fact that it was like 2 dogs and 2 like dragon bikes that made them feel less distinct. So I hope that this time around, with the next games they do, they decide to go a bit more, like, they do difference, you know? Sorry, that was not a proper sentence. I just hope that the legendaries are more distinct from each other in Gen 10, because 8 and 9 has been very monotonous in terms of design for the legendaries, because they're just similar base, different theme, which is kind of annoying. Even like Reshiram and Zekrom, in my opinion, are better like opposites of each other that are kind of similar compared to Sword and Shield. We should have gotten Gun, yeah, but that would introduce rating problems with Pokemon. They don't want to deal with that. I mean, they could have gone like Pokemon Crossbow, but I feel like even with the Crossbow, you're kind of having some problems with the rating, so that's probably why they didn't do it. Also, DLC just made sense, really. And I mean, hey, like, the DLC has been equally as fitting, in my opinion. You think about, like, the hero statue from Sword and Shield. He has a sword and he has a shield. And then the DLC was armor and crown, which, yeah, that works. You know, that's pretty good. And then because Scarlet and Violet were colors, for the DLC, they did other colors that aren't, like, primary colors or secondary colors. Like, Scarlet and Violet are, you know, they're like, I don't know what kind of colors they are, but they aren't primary or secondary to my knowledge. And so with the DLC, they did teal and indigo, which are cool colors, and they worked. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how they do what they do with Gen 10, both from a naming convention and from a like the concept of the whatever the theme is. Pokemon windows and Pokemon doors, that'd be stupid. I'm just trying to think, like, what could they do? Because obviously they've done colors quite a few times now. Red, blue, green, black and white. I mean, they're not really colors, they're more shades, but... and then Scarlet and Violet. What else could they possibly do in terms of, like, a central theme that can have opposing things that isn't, like, too out there? I'm trying to think. Pokemon wheels versus Pokemon doors. Everyone's the wheels versus doors debate. Right. Of course. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of what else they could do. I'm sure, like, obviously, when they show us what it is, it'll be like, oh, yeah, duh. Pokemon Rainbow? I mean, they kind of covered the rainbow. Not like... I mean... With Gold and Silver, Ho-Oh isn't the gold Pokemon. Ho-Oh is the rainbow Pokemon. So that was kind of like a weird thing where they were still trying to figure out what they wanted to do with the theming. So, like... You know... Space and stars, well, I mean... Those are kind of one and the same. Stars are in space, so they're not really, like, direct opposites. And again, we've already done, like, space was a theme with Palkia and Pearl, so, like, you know. I don't know what they're gonna do. For now, I'm just gonna appreciate that we finally have... We're about to get Legend ZA, which means we're finally going to have, technically, Pokemon Z. And we're Done anything for Hope? What would it be like? Pokemon Hopes and Dreams? Pokemon Hopes and Pokemon Dreams? I don't know, that sounds a little too abstract for a Pokemon game. Pokemon YouTube and Pokemon Twitch. Oh my god. But that's just the same coloring scheme again. Red versus purple. That's Scarlet and Violet. Also, that's one of the things I dislike about Scarlet. It's called Scarlet, but the Academy is orange. And the accent coloring that they use for the game is orange. Why did you do that? If you wanted it to be orange, why didn't you make it orange and violet instead of scarlet and violet? Pokemon Pink and Orange. I mean, yeah, they could just do more colors, I suppose, but a little bit boring because we've just had a color one. I'm just trying to think of, like, something that isn't a color that they could potentially do. Sweet and sour? Does that imply that you can taste the legendary? That's kind of weird. Pokemon Black and Yellow. What? Those are two existing games. From very different time periods. Okay, this song. Slumbering World from Sword and Shield. I like the first half. I don't like the second half. I like this part. I don't like when the dogs come in. It's weird. It's such a weird tonal shift. Pokemon Dog and Cat. Okay, well maybe we can think of an animal opposition that isn't dog and cat then. Pokemon Elephant and Pokemon Mouse. That'd be funny. Mine and Craft. Pokemon 3 and Pokemon XD. We actually have a Pokemon XD. It's a side game though. Pokemon XD Gales of Darkness. Pokemon Beginning and End. I think we're stretching a little bit here. Yep, we're definitely stretching here. Pokemon Plains and Pokemon Savannah. Pokemon Mario and Pokemon Sonic. We're really just throwing out IPs. It would be a bold move, I'll say that much. Rob wants to call me. I don't care about your Pidgey. Pokemon 1 and 2? They could... if Pokemon 1 and 0, maybe. Like, binary? I don't fucking know. Pokemon 1s and Pokemon 0s. I don't fucking know. Yeah, but I feel like if they go for numbers, even if they go 1s and 0s, so it's very obviously binary, kids are going to look at that and go, wait, what? Are these the first Pokemon games, just chronologically? What does the 0 mean? Pokemon Fork, Knife, and Spoon. Oh my god. Yellow 3 and Red 15. No, I think you mean Red 13 from Final Fantasy VII. Pokemon and Pokemon. Wow, I hadn't thought of that before. Thank you, Tags. That's crazy. Pokemon Brains and Pokemon Brawn. Pokemon Mind versus Pokemon Strength. Or Pokemon Mind versus Pokemon Matter. Fucking something stupid. Pokemon, and Pokemon Digimon. Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Pokemon... No, hang on. No, it doesn't rhyme, really. Damn. Pokemon Bakugan and Pokemon Digimon. Doesn't rhyme, but whatever. We're almost there, chat. Just one more level for each Pokemon, basically. Oh, come on, dude. Why are you giving me so little XP? Pokemon Like a Dragon and Pokemon Infinite Wealth. Pokemon Yakuza and Pokemon Like a Dragon. Pokemon Dragon versus Pokemon... I don't know what usually opposes a dragon animal-wise. Someone in TF2 chat just said, shut the... and hear me out. Fuck up. Pokemon Bird and Pokemon God. It's Bird God. Holy shit. Bird God Pokemon real. Pokemon FNAF, Pokemon Lego. Pokemon Man versus Pokemon Machine. Wow. We've hit a new low. Pokemon Legends Bidoof. Now that I could sign up for. Hell yeah. Love Bidoof. Oh, shucks. I think we lost it. I think we lost it a while back. Give me more Ponytars, they give me good XP. Thank you. Keep it coming. That's not a Ponytar. Pokemon in Hawaii. That's Pokemon Sun and Moon. Yeah. That's a Lola. Here's a better conversation for Gen 10. What country do you want the region to be based off of? I just lost my judgment and now I am getting it back. Okay. Me personally, I'm definitely not biased in the slightest, but I want to see a Pokemon region based on Australia. I think that'd be really cool. We could then get like a a different version of Kangaskhan where it's actually more like a kangaroo, or even like just a new kangaroo Pokemon. We could get Komala in evolution, where it like gets woken up by something and it becomes like mad, and it could be a drop bear. That's the whole like evolution idea I came up with myself. Yeah, I mean, they could do a European region, but, like, they've already done 2 regions in Europe now. Carlos and Paldea. They've done a region that was based... See, the weird thing is, when I grew up, I thought Unova was meant to be based off of the entirety of America. Turns out, Unova was meant to be just New York. Which is weird. I get it. Because New York is made up of a bunch of islands and Alola's made up of a bunch of islands, but like... That whole region was just New York? I have a custom sound pack in TF2 where if I get dominated, Minos Prime Ultra Kill calls me useless. That sounds just like you, Charlie. I want to put one game set somewhere other than the EU, so Australia. So I can finally understand that place. It'd probably stereotype the fuck out of us, because they kind of stereotype Spain. And France. I guess they kind of stereotype all the regions they base the places off of, but like, you know. I just think... I know they're not going to do it, but I think it would be really, really cool if they did Australia, and then turned, like, some of the Aboriginal dreaming creatures, and, like, myths, and, like, you know... figures from that kind of spirituality into Pokemon. That would be really, really cool. Like, a Rainbow Serpent Legendary would be really cool. You could have a Yowie Pokemon. There's like so many different creatures in so many different Aboriginal tribes' dreaming stories that they could make Pokemon out of. It would be really, really cool. Yowie Pokemon. That's not what I mean. It's spelled Y-O-W-I-E. Look it up. It's true. I'm bored of the EU in Pokemon. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, we're almost done. Kiryu is getting very close to level 57. Once he's level 57, we will be fighting Sabrina. Mystifying Forest from Mystery Dungeon. Thank you for the ponytars. One more, please. Thank you. In the same sound pack, when a map is selected or a player is kicked, Sisyphus Prime says, "Be gone." Japan as a region would be cool. Oh, Rabbit, I have some unfortunate news for you, buddy. The first 4 Pokemon regions, plus Kitakami, are all Japan. I hate to break it to you, buddy. That's, like, I think they're sick of doing Japan because they've pretty much done the majority of Japan. Because Kanto is based off of Kanto, the actual region in Japan. Johto is based off a region next to Kanto, but I don't think it's actually called Johto. I'd have to look that up. I don't know if it is or not. Hoenn is based off of Kyushu, and Sinnoh is based off of Hokkaido, so they've pretty much done the majority of Japan already. They're not gonna do more Japan. They've pretty much done all they did. Hell, they did another Japanese island with Kitakami and the Scarlet and Violet DLC, so they've kind of done all they can with Japan. Okay, so who's gonna deal with Sabrina's Pokemon? It's obviously not gonna be Kiryu. Possibly Electro, because Electro has Signal Beam, or also Freddy Fazbear. Electro has better special defense, but Freddy Fazbear has better physical defense, and that's probably going to be more useful against them. Africa could be cool. Yeah, they could do a region in, like, Egypt. That'd be cool. Japan is where Yakuza and Judgment live. Oh, you're so right. Man, how did I forget that? Anyway, let me heal these Pokemon. Also, I need to take a quick toilet break, so... I'll heal these Pokemon. I'll head off to, I'll head over to... What do they call it again? Saffron City. Can't Espeon learn Ghost... a Shadow Ball? Yes, but I don't think I have the TM for it? Oh, I do have the TM for it. Never mind. Yeah, that's actually way safer. What the hell? Why didn't I think of that? I'm so silly. Wow. I'm a goofy goober. Now do I get rid of Psybeam or Sand Attack? Because I already have a Psychic, so I don't really need Psybeam. It's just like a... Psybeam's basically just there in case I run out of PP for Psychic. Alakazam could get a bit rough. Well, I mean, Helio has good special defense and resists Alakazam, unless Alakazam also has Shadow Ball. Let me look up Sabrina's Pokemon. Also, what is it with Sabrina and them never settling on a design for her? She always looks different. No, her Alakazam does not have Shadow Ball. The only attacking moves that Alakazam has are Psychic and Energy Ball, meaning it will go for Energy Ball, but that means we should be fine. Espeon has Shadow Ball, so we obviously can't use our Espeon against that Espeon, but we could use our Espeon against Mr. Mime and Alakazam, so that works. I guess I'll use, wait, what's Espeon's worst defense stat? Physical defense, gotcha. So, we want to use, 10 years in a Lola made you a Pokemon trainer. Oh, oops, I accidentally... Oops, that was a bit silly of me. No, teach Espeon Shadow Ball. I didn't mean to back out of it. Let's see, what do we want to get rid of? I can't see Sand Attack being all that useful, to be completely honest with you, so I'm going to get rid of Sand Attack. We kind of, like, Helio's whole thing is damage output, so we may as well give Helio all attacking moves. Also, I sped up the game so much during that part that it now is, like, evening in the game. That's why it looks so dark. That's insane. Alright. Let's go to Saffron, and then I'm gonna go take a quick toilet break. I'll also save the game. I wonder how much time has passed in-game. It was like 78 hours before. It's now 87. It thinks 9 hours have passed. That's insane. Alright, well, I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back. Sorry for the 8 ads tags. I always do my ad breaks while I'm not actually playing, so that the ad breaks are out of the way and you're not missing anything, and then you get an hour of ad-free. So, oops, wrong screen. I just think that's the best way to go about it. Anyway, time to go... Oh yeah, hang on, I should reorder the party. We'll have Freddy Fazbear deal with Espeon, and then Helio will do the rest. Oh wait, I forgot that I haven't even fought any of the trainers in the Psychic Gym yet. We can actually get further training here. You know what, while we're in here, let me play the actual game audio. I'll, oops. I didn't mean to mute it that way. Let's bring the audio back. I saw Cats, Pizza, and Games. Alright, so, I always struggle with this puzzle. I don't know how it's supposed to work, so I apologize if I screw up. The power of all those you defeated comes to me. I don't think that's how that works. Because they're not dead. This is going to be neutral because steel resists dark in this generation. Bummer. Hypno, now you definitely don't resist it. Alerted you to Slash, I should have alerted you to Feint Attack. Take that, Hypno. Still trying to get a Firestone? Damn. Strong, far too strong. Oh no! I'm just gonna keep going left or right. Psychic power is the power of your mind. Wow. Dude, I didn't know that. Thank you so much for telling me, Franklin. Alright, Kadabra. Girafarig. Hell yeah. It's so cool that Girafarig got an evolution in Scarlet and Violet, and that like its tail head goes over the top of its main body head. That's really cool. I like that evolution. Your mind has more power than mine. Whoa! Insane. The fighting dojo next door was once this city's gym. Mm-hmm. Which is the main reason why people think that, it's the main reason why people think that Bruno was able to become an Elite Four member despite only having Rock and Rock and Fighting types. Because he didn't have to deal with a Psychic gym, he used to deal with a Fighting gym at this point. Back when he was a trainer. Or like a normal trainer. Wait, that was the Pokemon? What do you mean that was the Pokemon? I was no match. Uh-huh. You're damn right. Foo 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 foo, I see it clearly. I can see into your spirit. No, you can't. Why do you have a level 44 Slowpoke? Evolve it, for goodness sake. The one you said you get a version of in Violet? Farigiraf? It's not specifically in Violet, it's in both games. But yeah. Is this your last Pokemon? Yes, okay, cool. So, being yawned on doesn't matter. Haha, I defeated you. Slowpoke is literally me. No shame in that. Who wants to learn Thrash? I don't like Thrash. Though I read you, I still lost. Or though I read you, I still lost. Well, that's because you suck. So I came from the left? Wait, which way did I come from? No, I came from the left. Now I've gone right. Okay. Where does left take me? There. Where does right take me? This is a room I've been in. Okay. This is a room I've been in. There we go, we made it. Alright, here we go. Time to fight Sabrina. I knew you were coming. 3 years ago, I had a vision of your arrival. You're after my badge. I don't enjoy battling, but it's my duty as a gym leader to confer badges on anyone who has proven him or herself worthy. Since you wish it, I will show you my psychic powers. Again, why are you a gym leader if you don't like fighting? That's really stupid. Yeah, the puzzle is annoying. Right, let's see how much damage Feint Attack does. Oh, so close to a one-shot. But yeah, it does mean she uses a full restore, which is a good thing for us. Problem is her Espeon outspeeds Freddy Fazbear, so she will attack first here. This is gonna do a lot of damage. Okay, good, we survived. That's alright, Freddy Fazbear's done his job, that's all he needed to do. Helio will take it from here. Damn, survived? Oh, light screen, that sucks. Okay, you're gonna use a full restore, which means I have the opportunity to heal my own Pokemon. I'm gonna heal Freddy Fazbear. No! Oh, it doesn't use it straight away. Okay, thank God. Okay, it just mimics Shadow Ball, so it's going to use Shadow Ball now, which means I should swap into Freddy Fazbear. Because Freddy Fazbear can't be hit by Shadow Ball. Haha! I outplayed you! Now I'm gonna hit you with Feint Attack. Now, this is important. Light screen has worn off, which is good. Now, what is Alakazam's worst defense stat? Is it physical or special? Physical. Alright. I'm a little worried about how much damage it's gonna do, but I think the best play is to... Oh, but at the same time... No, I'm gonna play it safe, because Alakazam can't do a lot to Helio, whereas it can do more to Freddy Fazbear. What's your favorite EV? Mine's Espeon. Oh, made the right call. One-shotted it. Hell yeah. I get it. Good. Your power, it far exceeds what I foresaw. Maybe it isn't possible to fully predict what the future holds. Okay, you win. You earned yourself the Marsh badge. That always confused me. Why is your badge the Marsh badge? I failed to accurately predict your power. That means that your power is beyond my psychic ability. You deserve this. Please take this TM too. Is it Calm Mind? Skill swap. Right. You'll become a celebrated and beloved champion. I already am a champion of the Johto region. The disrespect. I'm kidding. Alright, so now it's time for Blaine, which means it's gonna be Electro's time to shine. She didn't know about Kiryu. Kiryu didn't even do anything. But yeah, alright, so let me heal so that Helio and Freddy Fazbear get their PP back. And then I'm gonna fly over to Cinnabar so that we can make our way over to Blaine. Now, also, I forgot, I don't get any new Pokemon on these routes, do I? Let me double check. Okay, what route is it? The one that I think I've just unlocked. No, don't play that. Don't play any of these. How do I... Oh, I have to use a touchscreen, that's right. Go back in the middle. So this is Route 19. I haven't gotten a Pokemon off Route 19, but I don't know if there's anybody I can actually get at all, to be honest with you. Hang on, why am I doing this on my phone? I can do this on my PC. Alright. So, I mean, first of all, I'm gonna get up Blaine's, Pokemon, because I want to know what I'm getting into against him. Okay, cool. Now, Route 19. Gen 4. I can get Corsola from a Good Rod, also a Staryu, but I have to speed up the game to get to nighttime. Oh, it's the same thing with the Super Rod. So I have a 30% chance of getting a Corsola. Oh wait, there's also a chance of me getting a Krabby, because I didn't get a Krabby back on, I accidentally killed the Krabby on Whirl Islands, so... I can either... Okay. Yeah, so I guess I'll just use, a Super Rod and see what I get. It'll either be a Krabby, a Corsola, or a Kingler. And also, just to double check, let me go to the PC and see, just to double check that I haven't gotten a Krabby. I'm pretty sure I haven't. I'm pretty sure I killed the one on World Islands. No Krabbies there, and no Krabbies there. So, yep, we're in the clear. Any Pokemon that we get from the fishing rod, from the Super Rod on Route 19 is a Pokemon that we can get. Oh, wait, you know what I just realized? I don't know if I've gotten a Pokemon on like, Route 20. Route 21 was Mr. Mime, I know that much. I gotta check my PC again. Cool, new Pokemon. Yeah, we might not ever use them, but having them, available is important. Any Pokemon here that came from Route 20? I got Ariel from Seafoam Islands, but I don't think I got... I don't think I got anything from Route 20. Wait, it's still going. Shit. Hold on. I have not caught a Pokemon on Route 20. Okay. So, what's available on Route 20? That's the wrong one. That's Gen 1. What about Gen 4? Show me Gen 4. Tentacle, Magikarp, Shelder, Chinchou... Shelder, Chinchou, and hang on. Tentacruel, Shelder, Chinchou, Lantern. With the Super Rod. Okay, so that's why I haven't gotten a Pokemon from Route 20. I genuinely can't get anything. It's impossible for me to get anything. I already have these Pokemon. Or Dupe Claws prevents me from getting them. Okay. Works out then. I don't have to worry about anything on Route 20, it's just Route 21. Sorry, not Route 21, Route 19. So, let's fly to Fuchsia, and then go south. There's also trainers there we haven't fought yet. Sorry, we're not going to listen to Fuchsia City's theme here. You're still working here? What do you mean? That's ridiculous. They're actually forcing us to go the Cinnabar Island way. Wow. How asinine. Rest in peace, Cinnabar Island. How long have they been there for? Since I first came to Fuchsia City. Oh, you know what? Did I catch a Pokemon from Cinnabar Island? I didn't check. Oh god. Okay, I'm just gonna speed this up. Sorry for the terrible noises you're gonna hear from this. Okay. I didn't check where I got a Pokemon from Cinnabar Island. They'd be in this part of the PC if they're here. Cinnabar. Maybe they're not. Maybe, hang on. Which Pokemon were from Kanto? Aurora. Okay, nothing from Cinnabar, but I'm gonna guess that nothing from Cinnabar can be caught. I should check, though. Cinnabar Island. Surfing is just Tentacool and Tentacruel, and then fishing is the exact same Pokemon. Okay. So, yeah. No, can't get anything from here. So I'm actually gonna put a repel or two on. Should probably buy more max repels. Maybe I've already fought the trainers here. Oh, I have. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that's right, they force you to go through the Seafoam Islands. I forgot about that. And I've already caught a Pokemon here, so now I just gotta try and get through the Seafoam Islands to get to the other side. Which means I need strength. Oh man. Fucking hell. I have to teach that to, what's his name? Freddy Fazbear. Because the Pokemon that had strength before, Girafarig, died unfortunately. So I guess we'll get rid of Scary Face. Not the worst move in the world to get rid of though, so it's not too bad. Also, Strength actually does more, well, I mean, it does more base damage than Slash, but Slash probably does more when it crits. Okay, so yeah, I want to move this one upwards. Dun, dun, bum, 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 bum. I like the music in this area. It's cool. Ice Heal. Because I'll definitely need that. Not. Interesting. These boulders are positioned so that you can only move past if you're on the other side. Gotcha. Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna buy some more max repels. I don't have anywhere near enough to get through this place without encountering Pokemon. Which does suck, because it means I'm gonna have to travel back here. Oh well. Now, Viridian City has a Pokemon. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I did it too early. Damn. How many Ultra Balls do I have? 16. That's fine. I should just stock up on the general amenities. So if I could, I'll buy some more Ultra Balls. Pokemon theme's so good, man. I'll buy 17. Actually, no, I'll buy 5 more. Take all of my money. Alright. Back down to Cinnabar. Fun trivia that some of you probably already know. All of the towns in Kanto are named after colors. Except for palette, I think that's just like a general term relating to color palette, so it doesn't really mean anything. I don't think palette is a color. I mean, it might be, but I think everything else is a color. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to get off the Pokemon. I didn't know that, so rip to me. Oh, well, at least you know it now. Better to know now than never. Alright. Take 2. Also, I want to get the item at the top here. Only in English. Oh, do they not mean, oh, they're not named after colors in German. A grip claw. Isn't that an item that makes, like, grip moves, like wrap, extend longer? Yeah, extends the duration of multi-turn attacks. Gotcha. Not that I care about that, but it's a neat item. Okay, so my only options are to go down the ladder on the right or the ladder on the left. Let's try the ladder on the right. Got a ledge there. Oh, okay, never mind. This is the wrong ladder to take. Memoria City, for example, city where you fight Brock. Interesting. So, Pewter City is called Memoria City. Wait, what? Wait, I don't think I can progress this way. Oh, there's a ladder up there as well. Never mind. It's this way. There we go, that's a bit more like it. Okay, since I'm fighting ice trainers, or what I'm assuming are ice trainers, I'm going to swap into Toffee against these guys up ahead. To beat the cold, try warm clothes and a hot drink. Good advice. Skier Katie, who has a Delibird. Oh, 53 Delibird. Damn. Alright then. Please hit. Thank you. Get blasted with fire. No way you live this. Sick. All I know too well is Digimon and COD facts that's all, so anything Pokemon I don't know. That's fair enough. Hello. Hey, you're in my way, right? Sort of? You could just turn around. I mean, you have the ability to turn around. Oh, this is a bad Pokemon for Toffee to go up against? Shit. Maybe Electro? Okay, I can't swap. That was sick how your character moved on the ice. Oh, fuck you and your Protect. Stupid pussy-shaped Pokemon. Yeah, take that. Dugong. Oh, I can keep you out because you're water type. Cool. And you're a much lower level than that Cloyster was. You survived though, because your special defense is better. That's not gonna do much. Hell yeah. Let's use Signal Beam. I got kicked around. No, you didn't. Calm down. Alright. What did you come all the way out here for, I wonder? To get a new Pokemon? And to battle trainers? Oh no, it's Bryce from... fucking... Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. To send out Electro again. Oh no! Safeguard! I wasn't gonna use Discharge to try and paralyze you. I want to make that abundantly clear. Haha, you missed with Aquatail, idiot. A Lapras, huh? This might take a few attacks to defeat, but I think we'll be okay. It'll take 2 attacks to defeat. Good to know. I lost all the way out here. Yep, because you're bad. You're bad at Pokemon. Wait, I have a super potion? I'll use that instead. Okay, so there's that, but... Oh, that's the ledge. Okay. I love that you literally have to battle him to be able to get to this ladder. Oops, wrong item. No, it doesn't fix it. Ah, I see. Okay. I have to move this up. Right. I hope Gen 10 has Mega Pikachu. I don't think Pokemon that have evolutions can get a Mega Evolution. Now, how do I make it so that I can get through there? Let's see. Oh, you can't move anymore. Oops. Oh, that was the solution. Just get the blocks out of the way. Interesting. No, Gigantamax Pikachu is not a Mega Evolution. Definitely not. Can't move that. Huh. Intriguing. And that breaks the puzzle. Damn. Let me reset it. Oh, is this where Articuno is? Where the water is? So can you literally not move this block? Oh, no, okay, you can do that, apparently. Did I fuck it up? Yeah, I fucked it up. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. If this was Violet, we wouldn't be doing stuff like this. No, we wouldn't. But there's something very charming about old ice puzzles in Pokemon games. So there was a ladder down there, there's also a ladder down here. I think this is how you get to Articuno, and I think where I came from is where you're supposed to go to progress. I could have that around the wrong way, but I think that's how it works. I think they make you put in more effort to get Articuno than they do to make you put in effort to get out of the other side of Seafoam Islands. But we shall find out. Ultra Ball's nice. Is there a way to get that item? Oh, this is a dead end. What the fuck? What? Really? Why would they make this a dead end? Well, that's stupid. Well... silly. So, get these two out of the way and then push the block through is the solution to this. Nice and simple. There's Articuno. Interesting, you can't access Articuno from here. So the way you get out and the way you get to Articuno are one and the same. Or not? Wait. This looks like the way out. Look, an angry bird. Wait, is this how you get to Articuno? Okay, so this is the way to Articuno. What about getting out of the Seafoam Islands? Surely there's a way to get through to the other side. Ah, here we go. This is a bit more like it. Item over here. A revive, which I can sell because I can't use revives in a Nuzlocke. You've been here for 10 years. Hasn't been that long. Okay, yeah, now we're on the side of the strength puzzle. So those two rocks are to get back, which means I gotta put this rock here. Move this rock to get to the side where I can get out of the Seafoam Islands. Very good. Cool. We did it. Pedro. Here's a Linoon. Let's see how Toffee does against the Linoon. I do like how old Pokemon games look. You think they look better than the newer games? They definitely have more of a style to them, and also the sprites have a lot of personality compared to the 3D models. The 3D models are a bit... how you going? Alright, we made it out the other side. Woo! I used to be a fisherman a while back. I've grown to love swimming so much I'm always in my swim trunks. I should have swapped to the Pokemon that was at the front before fighting you, because Toffee cannot fight your water types. Yeah, well I think Legend ZA is trying to look more stylized, which is a good thing. I'm going to play it safe and go with Electro, just in case you have an Ice-type move. But yeah, I think ZA has a bit more of an art style. Oh god, using belly drum? What, is this a Yakuza side story? Interesting thing to say. Tentacruel, I'll keep out Electro. Yeah, I had a feeling you might survive that. His Tentacruel's special defense is good. Single beam should finish you off though, even if it resists. Nice. Been lurking playing TF2 this whole time, by the way. I kind of assumed you were. Appreciate you keeping the stream open though. I should probably not have Toffee at the front while I'm fighting water-type trainers. Like, ZA looks cool, I like it's in the city, I just wish it was more colourful. Well, it's already a lot more colourful than Scarlet and Violet were, I'll tell you that much. Especially when you compare Chikorita's Pokemon model. Oh my god, it's like day and night. Nice. Take that, Electro. Sorry, not Electro. Take that, Starmie. Why did I say that? Silly me.
Bruh.
My only concern about Legend ZA is that Lumiose won't feel big enough. Violet looks so dull, like where I live. Damn. But yeah, I just hope that Lumiose City is big enough to warrant it being the only place that we can be in Legend ZA. I hope that, like, they make up for the fact that it's just a city by allowing us to enter every single building, which would be unprecedented for a Pokemon game, because in every single Pokemon game there have been buildings where you can't enter them, and there's a shit ton that you can't enter in Violet, so I hope ZA has side stories. Well, they might not have side stories, but they'll have side quests, because Legends Arceus did, so yeah. Pokemon game that takes place in Australia, Pokemon Outback, and Pokemon Barbecue. Alright. Again, we're really stretching here. Are you gonna have an Azumarill at the end? I just chose two very stereotypical things on purpose, I know. Yep, that's the one that I want. Lapras. Okay. Yes, I'd very much like to see a Pokemon game set in an Australian-like region. I think that'd be cool. Wow. Take that, Lapras. Your special defense is nothing for Electro. Oh no! Oh no! Do I have any ethers? Kinda need them. I have oh yep, 3 ethers. Cool. Very good. Okay, here we are, Route 19. Let's use our Super Rod. Let's see what we get. Alright. It's a Corsola! Hey, nice! Neat. I should have used a quick ball, damn it. Oh well. It still caught it in one go. Nice. Corsola, coral Pokemon. In a South Sea nation, the people live in communities that are built on groups of these Pokemon. So, Hoenn. So wait, does that mean that that water town in Hoenn is built on Corsola? That's wild. Alright. I already have a name in mind for this Corsola. Carl the Coral. Alright, that's the encounter for the area. Hello, trainer. Have you ever gone swimming in the sea at night? No. I haven't. I actually find it a bit uncomfortable. I find the idea uncomfortable. Never seen that Pokemon? You've never seen Remoraid? Huh. There you go. Remoraid is in fact from Johto, so it's a pretty old Pokemon. Glub. I'm glubbing so hard right now. Just a little farther to Fuchsia. He's exhausted. And he's got a girl harassing him. Every time I play these games, I see a Pokemon from an old game, and I'm like a new Pokemon. Yeah, honestly, like, and that's the thing, I have a friend who... Well, not a friend, but like, I know someone who hasn't played Pokemon in a very long time, and so when they play a new Pokemon game, almost all of the Pokemon that are in the game are brand new to him, because he hasn't played in such a long time that there's so many Pokemon that I wouldn't consider new that he does. And I just think to myself, like, wow, that must be so fun to, like, have, instead of having, like, 100 new Pokemon to see, you have, like, 300 or so. I'm drowning! No, you're not. You're fine. I'm disgusted by wimpy people. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who crawled up your ass and died? Debbie? Let me guess, she's gonna cry after I beat her? I could beat you at swimming. It's a quick swim between Fuchsia and Seafoam Islands. Sheesh, some big man my boyfriend is. What a wimp. You know what? Fuck you. I'm not standing for this shit. I could fix him, but whatever the hell is wrong with him is way funnier, in reference to Majima. Okay. Again, I'm sorry that I'm not seeing your messages. Hello, item. TM55 for Brian. That was weird. The surf music kept playing while I picked up the item. She didn't have infinite wealth. I think most people don't have infinite wealth. Swimming? I'm lousy at it. I'm just splashing around these shallow waters. There's 4 Pokemon that are relatively low level. Gotcha. The, like, difference between levels in Pokemon and then the amount of Pokemon they have is always so weird. Like, 4 level 36s or around that amount, and then, like, 2 level 55s. Like, it's so weird. You have a Tentacool? Now you have a Tentacool. Level 40. I wonder if this Tentacool will survive the discharge. It does not. Very good. Goldane. I thought I could win. Nah. You suck. So yeah, they're still on that side. Weird. Well, you know, I can just avoid. Oh wait, no. It's faster to go from the Cinnabar Island side because you can just go straight into the gym, whereas I'd have to travel through from this side. Piper has a hot sauce bottle labeled "Pain is good." What the hell? Now, do I need to put a repel down, or am I good? Okay, I already have a repel. Sick.
I could open this gate if I had Monty's claws.
Oh, classic. Alright. Time to fight the gym. Now this one doesn't work like the one from Kanto. This one's just like... I'm gonna try and find the path. Oh, I gotta beat them to move them out of the way. That's right. Okay. A white lab coat is a researcher's life. We may be living in a cave like this, but we never forget to do the laundry. Wait, you guys live in here? Why are you guys living in the cave? Was that Freddy? Yeah, it was Freddy from Security Breach. Yo, Arcanine, hell yeah. Love Arcanine. I don't know why they're living in there. I know that Cinnabar Island is gone, but you'd think they'd, like, I don't know, move to Fuchsia City or something. Wait, what? Arcane reference. Oh god, okay. This white lab coat makes me feel like I have become smarter for some reason. Is that why you wear it? Because it makes you feel smarter? God, that's sad. We lost the gym on Cinnabar Island and felt lost before we came here. This seems like a Yakuza side story. Bunch of scientists in Blaine living in a fucking cave because the volcano destroyed the island they were living on. We take a step back when we are defeated. Don't you think we are downright honest? Never put us in the same category as scientists who help bad guys. You went the wrong way! Fuck you! Oh wait, the way they move depends on which direction I talk to them from. Wow, to see a gym in a cave like this, I'd love to explore it. What? Do you mean to tell me you're not actually a trainer in the gym? You're just a random guy who's deciding to fight me? Also, hi Torkoal. Please don't have drought. Yep, good, thank you. You should replace sus with 10 years in the joint for any time someone does a Yakuza reference. Okay. Perhaps. How do I feel about losing? It hurts. Good. Bitterness leads to improvement tomorrow. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Blaine may have lost his gym, but he never gives up. His perseverance is what motivates me. Now beating this guy will block off the other trainer that I want to fight, but that's okay. I can miss out on one trainer. Robot Pikachu? Yeah. He's such a super nerd that he made a robot Pikachu because he can't catch an actual Pikachu. The B in Blaine stands for bitch. What does the L, A, I, N, and E stand for then? The L stands for lame. He still went the wrong way. Fuck you. Doesn't actually matter what direction I talk to him from then. I'm in the middle of collecting battle records. Can you help me? Waldo! Where's Waldo? He's right here! The AIN stands for AIN. Bitch, lame AIN. I'm not done measuring data. No, you should be hiding. I didn't expect you to be so good. Who in the world are you? I'm the world's best trainer. I'm just kidding. That's red. Ooh, you look easily defeated. What the fuck? Fuck you, man. You look easily defeated. You have a fucking Magcargo. You're 4 times weak to water, you dumb bitch. Take this fucking surf. Robot Pikachu should be a thing. I mean, it is a thing. It's just, like, not a Pokemon. If they did a future Paradox version of Pikachu, it could have happened, but they decided not to. I didn't win. Yeah, fuck you. Pardon me, I failed to sense how strong you are. Yep, because you're a dumbass bitch. Anyway, Iron Voltage? Wait, did they actually make a Robot Pikachu card in TCG? Oh no, that's just the name that it would have if it was a future Paradox. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. I'll just give a Hyper Potion. Actually, Berry Juice does the trick. Nice. A past Pikachu would be named, I like to start with, something that ends in ing. Like an adjective that ends in ing for the first words. So how about... I mean, they don't always have it, but they usually do. I don't know. I can't think of one. Hey you! My gym on Cinnabar Island was burned down by the eruption, but I will not give up. Take a look at this cave. We have turned it into a gym, and I'm still acting as a gym leader. I will give you the gym badge if you manage to defeat me. Are you ready? Here we go. Yes, Blaine. Why is your color light blue on the versus screen? That's weird. Oh, he's bald! Alright. Electro should be able to solo this guy easily. Okay, let's beat him up. Yeah, basically. Your Macago does not have sturdy, so goodbye. Eggman, is that you? Now you might be thinking, oh, we're over-leveled for this. No, we're not. This Rapidash is level 59. I'll show you the spirit of this cave, Jim. It has bounce. Okay, well at least I resist bounce, that's good. I mean, they only seem easy because I've been training a lot. If I had fought them without doing any training, it would have been really hard and I probably would have lost a bunch of Pokemon. Ooh, I was about to say, we can still do it if you use a full restore, sure. Of course you can. Can we get an optimal range here? Give us a higher range, assuming the attack we just did wasn't a high range. Yeah! Sucked in! I probably wouldn't have trained and had all my Pokemon die. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I'm playing a Nuzlocke, so it's really important for me to not lose my Pokemon. Awesome, I have burned out. Take this Volcano badge. A bit on the nose, don't you think, game? Volcano badge. His home was destroyed by a volcano. Here, I will give you this too. It's called Overheat. It has a slight drawback, but it's powerful and well worth it. Sure, if you're only trying to get one attack off. I did lose this time, but I'm going to win next time. When I rebuild my Cinnabar gym, we have to hold a rematch. This gym leader had a whole side story. Well, it's just like an explanation for why his gym isn't at Cinnabar Island anymore. Because his gym used to be on Cinnabar Island, but obviously it got destroyed in the volcano eruption. So, all right. So the final gym is Blue, but the thing is, Blue is quite a step up from Blaine. I think he has 6 Pokemon. He either has 6 or 5. He has a lot of Pokemon. Let me look up. Blue Pokemon. Is that gonna take me to the right page? No. Okay. Blue, Heart Gold, SoulSilver. Nope, that's missing an S. Here we go. Heart Gold, SoulSilver. I did the wrong thing. Okay. He does in fact have 6 Pokemon. Okay, he has a level 55 Exeggutor, a level 58 Arcanine, almost said Arcanine, level 58 Rhydon, level 52 Gyarados, level 56 Machamp, and level 60 Pidgeot. Okay, so... And he has quite the move spread for his moves, like Arcanine has Dragon Pulse, Flare, Blitz, Extreme Speed, Rhydon has Mega Horn, Thunder Fang, Earthquake, and Stone Edge. Gyarados has Ice Fang and Waterfall and Return. Machamp has Stone Edge, Dynamic Punch, Earthquake, and Thunder Punch, and Pidgeot has Return, Air Slash, and Mirror Move. Exeggutor is not that big of a problem, just Leaf Storm Psychic. This is going to be hard. So minimum level is 52, and the max level is 60, but there's a lot of Pokemon in between, like Exeggutor and Machamp. Okay, this will definitely be tough. What's the best thing to do here? Exeggutor has Psychic, but oh wait, I could use Helio. I could use Shadow Ball, and he'd have to resort to Leaf Storm, which shouldn't do too much damage. For Arcanine, I can use Electro. I can also use Electro for Rhydon, assuming it doesn't outspeed. I can't imagine Rhydon would outspeed a Lantern. Let me compare their speeds. Lantern's speed is 67, and Rhydon's speed is 40. So yeah, we'll definitely outspeed Rhydon. And thankfully, Rhydon does not have Sturdy, so we will one-shot it. For Gyarados, we'll probably use Electro as well. It has to use Return because Ice Fang and Waterfall are resisted, so Discharge will take care of it. For Machamp, it has Stone Edge and Thunder Punch, which is problematic for Crobat. We'll probably have to use Helio, which could be bad because Helio doesn't have the best physical defense. And then Pidgeot will probably use Electro as well. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. I got to a bit where Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles shows up in Lost Judgment. Are you talking about the side quest with Ryan? That was an interesting one. Okay, so looking at the team again. Exeggutor to start off with, so we could also use Freddy Fazbear. Because it uses special moves, not physical moves, so the defense isn't as bad. What's Exeggutor's worst defense stat? Special defense. Wait, they... Oh, that's a Alolan Exeggutor. Generations 1 through 6... Wait, they buffed Exeggutor in Gen 7? They gave Exeggutor 10 more special defense after Gen 7. That's so wild. Huh. Okay then. Interesting. But that works out for us, because that means that special defense is by far its worst defense stat in our current generation, so... That means that I should use Helio, not Freddy Fazbear. Also, Helio is a higher level, so we'll put Helio at the front. And then... Once again, I gotta look at his team again. So, Heart Gold, SoulSilver. Arcanine will be Electro. Rhydon will be Electro. Gyarados will be Electro. Machamp will be... So it's either gonna use Earthquake or Stone Edge, I think, because those are its most powerful moves that aren't resisted. But because it has no guard, Stone Edge has a 100% chance to hit, so... Can Stone Edge cause flinching? It has an increased critical hit ratio. That's its special condition. Its special, like, thing. Okay, let's see. Machamp's worst physical defense, or worst defense stat is... Special defense. Wait, no, hang on. Physical defense is its worst defense stat? Okay, that's really weird. What? Very interesting. Why would Machamp have worse physical defense? Oh well, I'm not gonna say no. That just means I can use... That just means I can use Helio against it more confidently. Because, you know what, I should probably compare defenses of Helio and Bitch. 82 and 129 versus 116 and 122. Maybe I should use Bitch too then. Seems like they nerf and buff them each game. I mean, Not that many Pokemon have gotten like a stat increase like Exeggutor did. I think that was a case of like, because Alolan Exeggutor had 530, they wanted to give base Exeggutor 530. But, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, look, I think... When is Bitch 3 gonna drop? You never know, we might get another Zubat in the next, Nuzlocke. In the Omega Ruby Nuzlocke. Okay, so... Because Crobat will outspeed... I mean, they're both gonna outspeed Machamp. But I'm trying to think... What's better? Machamp will get one-shotted, won't it? If it has the lower special defense, and Espeon has better special attack than Crobat has attack, so I guess I'll send out Helio then. And then Pidgeot will be... Okay, so it's basically Helio or Electro that we use here. I don't know what kinds of Pokemon the gym trainers use, though. So that'll be a different problem to deal with, but, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Let's send Kiryu out first. Why are you in front of the gym? This gym didn't have a leader. Oh, I forgot to talk to Blue on Cinnabar Island. Oops. Silly me. I gotta show him that I have I have the 7 Kanto gym badges before I can fight him. Alright, Blue. It's time. If you want to battle me, for real, come to the Viridian Gym. I'll be waiting for you. Yay! Why is Anthony calling me? He wants to battle me. No. Actually, I don't feel like going up against your exploding Graveler again. That was fucking traumatic. Alright. To Viridian City we go. How was it? Were you able to battle the leader? No, I literally just got here, you dumbass! Yo, legend in the making. The floor here is unstable, so you should put away your Pokemon, now. The gym leader is a guy who battled the champion 3 years ago. He's no pushover. Give it everything you've got. I keep forgetting this game takes place 3 years after, not 2 years after. Okay, so if I want to fight you, I'm gonna go this way. Okie dokie. Anyway, fight me and see. What? Why did you say that like I'd already talked to you before? Because I haven't. Stantler. Well, I sent out the right Pokemon for dealing with you. Oh, you have Intimidate? That sucks. I hope we get a Pokemon game set 10 years later. I mean, I think in terms of the timeline of Pokemon, Legends ZA is the furthest in the future that we've ever gone. So... Unless you're talking specifically about, oh my god, you have 2 Pokemon with Intimidate? What the fuck, man? You have Fire Blast?! You're a fucking bull! Thank god. That's bullshit, man. Oh, Muck Punch. Oh, hang on. You're paralyzed. Oh, but I'm not confident in Force Palm hitting or doing enough damage, so... if you're going to use Fire Blast again, I'm going to send out Toffee. Haha! Paralyzed. Get fucked. Now I'm going to use Fire Blast against you. How does it feel? I was deceived. What do you mean? Me, I should be a pretty good practice partner. I shouldn't say that about myself. What? I'm so confused by this dialogue. Wait, no. I shouldn't be wasting potions. I could just leave and go to the Pokemon Center. Man, it's getting so dark outside in this game because I've sped up the game so much. I shouldn't have gone down that ledge. What was I thinking? No, Kiryu, don't die. Kiryu, you have infinite wealth, so you can't die. Oh, man. Alright, so, if I want to fight you, I gotta go like that. And then, yeah. So I heard in Guiding You play as a new character. No, in Guiding You play as, Kiryu. He just calls himself Joryu because he's not supposed to be recognized. What do you think? You've never seen such a wonderful gym before, have you? This is a very gimmicky gym. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello, Slowking. This is a terrible Pokemon for Kiryu to be fighting against. Oops. Guess it's time for a... Oh, we could use Feint Attack, but no, let's use Electro. Wait, no, hang on. I'm super effective against one of the types. Grass is super weak against water, but yeah, I still wasn't going to keep Kiryu out for that. You have a citrus berry, huh? Interesting. No, an orange berry. Never mind. Oh, you want to outspeed me. Interesting. Well, unless you crit, this isn't going to do anything. You didn't even crit, so... Yep, see ya. Licky, normal type, so Kiryu can handle you. Assuming you don't, like, have Fire Blast for no reason or something like that. God, I hate the noise it makes. Why does it make that noise? What the fuck? Why did that do so much damage? What do you think? Do you think Mach Punch will do enough damage? I don't feel confident. I'm gonna play it safe. What does Ring Out actually mean? What kind of move is Ring Out? Ring Out deals damage. Its power varies between 1 and 121 and is greater the more HP the target has. Okay, that's wild. So it does... Holy shit, you're still alive, I'm so happy. Yes, hi Jad, I'm here. Hi Liz, welcome. So, if it uses Ring Out again, it won't actually do that much damage, because I'm on 61 HP. Meaning I could technically survive this. I'm gonna try Kiryu Evolved, yay. Yeah, we're gonna try Mach Punch here. Come on. Okay, did enough damage. Alright, we beat Salma. Whatever. Yeah, fuck you too. And we're gonna go heal. Because this is Better for our resources than going to the... and using our potions. Yeah, I'm sorry, Liz. I keep forgetting to make a Yagami a sound effect. If Charlie's still here, Charlie, do you remember what soundboard sound you recommended? It's something to do with Yakuza. I just don't remember which one it was. It wasn't Iyagami. It was a different one. But yeah, this is our party now, Liz. We've also beaten both Sabrina and Blaine. We're fighting the Viridian City gym now. We got Kiryu, the Breloom, Toffee, the Rapidash, Freddy Fazbear, the Ursaring, Electro, the Lantern, Bitch 2, the Crobat, and Helio, the Espeon. Everybody's all mostly trained up. Charlie is awake. I say Bryce saying judgment. Oh hey, I can actually go through there, that's nice. Yeah, I can't remember what it was that she wanted me to make a soundboard sound. Oh yeah, that's right, 10 years in the joint. Okay. How do I fight you? Wait, what? How do I fight you? None of the arrows lead me to you. I want to fight you two. I'm Ida. Next to me is Elon, Ellen. Together we're a double team. Alright, let's get this fight started. Come on. Let's see how we do. Porygon 2 and a Azumarill. Interesting. Ooh, Toffee being here doesn't sound good. I'm gonna use Force Palm on Porygon, and then I'm gonna swap Toffee out for Freddy Fazbear. Oh, come on, you're so low. Oh yeah, it's gonna use Waterfall on Freddy Fazbear. Oh, it used fucking Trick Room. That's so annoying. Right, well, Force Palm on you, and then Strength on Azumarill. It used fucking Protect. God damn it. I'm gonna have to heal Freddy Fazbear on this next turn. Wait, what the hell? Why'd you attack Breloom? Why'd you attack Kiryu with a water move? That was really dumb. Why did you do that? You call yourselves ace trainers? That was very unintelligent. Haha. Did you learn your lesson? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Dumbass. So Porygon 2 didn't actually end up doing that much, it just swapped the speed around. Kiryu used Tiger Drop. Wow, you're really something. Well, this is surprising. Is it? My Pokemon was several levels higher than yours. I'm gonna go back to the Pokemon Center again. Oh, this is how I get to you. Looking around the room like that, doesn't it make you a little dizzy? Ace trainers, never heard of them. They're like the better trainers among the normal trainers. Hey, this guy's got a Spinder. Did you guys know that Spinder has 4.2 billion different dot combinations? See ya, Spinder. I had a feeling someone was going to make that a similar joke. Ace trainers, sorry, I only fuck with pansexual trainers. Now, Seed Bomb should do more damage. Although, I could also maybe swap into somebody else. I can't imagine you'll have any moves that are super effective against me, though. Nice. It's this Pokemon. Yeah, the one that pretends to be a tree. All of my Pokemon, all dizzy and fainting. Haha. Kiryu used grenade. Basically, that's what Seed Bomb is. They're grass grenades. Jack. Did you know? Did you know? No, I'm not gonna do it. If your opponent uses Dig, your Earthquake becomes more powerful. I feel like you've told me that before, but it's still a cool fact. And it makes sense, because instead of just standing on the ground that's shaking, you're literally in the ground that's shaking. So, it's a fun thing. Cool fact, but did we need to know it now? I mean, you never know, it might come in handy at some point. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, though. Alright, we've fought all the trainers, which means we should... We fought all the trainers, which means we should put the Pokemon where we want them to be now. So, did I say... Yeah, Helio to deal with, Exeggutor. And then, is it Electro to deal with the rest of them? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Rip Zemnis. Now, to navigate back to where we were, that's not the right way. Actually, that doesn't do anything. And then it's the one on the far right that we need to go to. Yep, there we go. Alright, Blue. Here we go. This is going to be the toughest Kanto gym leader fight. And possibly the hardest fight we've done. It's... who knows. Yo, finally got here, huh? I wasn't in the mood at Cinnabar, but now I'm ready to battle you. You're telling me you conquered all the gyms in Johto? Johto's gyms are that pathetic? Hey, don't worry about it. I'll know if you're good or not by battling you right now. Very true. Hey look, your blue... Your color thing on your versus screen is actually blue. Alright, here we go. Will Kiryu survive? Find out next time on Judgment Ball Yakuza. Oh my god. Oh, come on! That's... oh, hang on. Special defense drop. That's good. Hypnosis sucks, but you know what? That works out because I can cure the sleep. You'll use a full restore, but your special defense is dropped, which means the next Shadow Ball will defeat you. So that's win number 1 for Helio in this fight. Thank goodness for that special defense drop, am I right? No, don't go in the bag. Nice. Rhydon, alright. Electro, out you come. Rhydon does not have Sturdy, so this will one-shot. Hell yeah. Machamp? Okay, who did we decide on for Machamp? Was it, Helio? Yes, because Machamp's worst... Oh wait, no, its worst defense stat is physical, but Helio's still the best bet. Because of how high a special attack is. Nice. Arcanine, that's another Electro job. You're gonna lower my attack, but that doesn't matter because I only use special attacks. That's alright. You're gonna restore after this one. What should I do here? Should I just heal? Because he's gonna heal as well, so we may as well just make it net neutral again. Play it safe. We can afford to. Worst case scenario, he uses Flare Blitz again and defeats himself. But yeah, he's gonna use the full restore. High range? No. I think the high range is broad enough. Whoa, it critted. Fuck. Well, I mean, it's defeated itself. You actually kind of fucked yourself over there, Blue. Oh, hang on a minute. What does Gyarados have? Because I need to heal Electro after that crit. Ice Fang, Waterfall, Return, Dragon Dance. It'll probably use Dragon Dance and then Return. Which... Well then, this just got a little bit interesting. Yeah, Gyarados is powerful, so I'm a bit worried about that return, even if it... Because also, I'm assuming his return is max power, so... It's going to do a lot of damage, especially with the Dragon Dance, so... I don't feel very confident about Electro's chances. should I sacrifice someone? Blue's a dude. Unless you talk about the Gyarados. I could potentially do the same thing I did against Lance's Gyarados and send out Bitch 2. Bitch 2 might be able to tank the attacks. I can heal, but like, he's going to use Dragon Dance. And then on the next turn, he'll probably use Return. Like, okay, I'm gonna heal. That's what I want to do. I want to make sure Electro's healed. That's like the important thing to do here. But I'm guessing he's going to use Dragon Dance on this turn to increase his attack and speed. No, he's using Return straight away. Okay, how much damage does it do then? Oh wow, we're fine actually. And I outspeed. Oh, I was worried for nothing. Rest in peace, Gyarados. You thought you were a lot better. And then he's Pidgeot, which we want to use Discharge on. However, it does have Return, so it's a stab return, which could be really worrisome. What's Pidgeot's attack like compared to Gyarados? Let's compare them. Gyarados' attack is 125. What's Pidgeot's attack? Oops, I misspelt it. Pidgeot. No, Pidgeot. Oh, it has way worse attack. 80. Hang on, we're fine. I can just heal and then use Discharge. Even if it's stab boosted, it's got 45 less attack. Hehehe, you're unprepared for this. We'll knock you down. Well, even if you use Mirror Move on me, I have Bolt Absorb, so I don't think you realize that you're actually in the you're actually the one who's in trouble here. Oh, never mind. You use Whirlwind. Good thing I healed then. You brought out Freddy Fazbear. Okay, that I mean, that should be fine, right? I don't think you can one-shot the Freddy Fazbear, right? I know my defense isn't great, but 5 Nights at Freddy. Okay, his Pidgeot has a Citrus Berry, so that's something to take into account. He's using Return. How much damage does Return do? More than half. And I don't have a Pokemon that resists normal. Okay. So I'm guessing he's going to keep using Return. Pokemon with the highest defense is Bitch 2, so I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna see what happens if I just heal a bunch of times, whether he changes moves or not. Okay, I think he just keeps using Return. Which, okay, that's a high range. Right. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try and get a low range on the hit, and then I'll... Okay, that's a low range. The next hit will defeat us. But... can also try for a crit on Slash. Look, if there's one Pokemon I'm okay with losing, I think it's Freddy Fazbear, because he's the normal type, right? Like, normal's not that useful. I'm okay with losing Freddy Fazbear compared to everybody else on the team. Swap in Electro. I'm worried about how much damage Return's gonna do to Electro. I guess there's no way it could do enough to kill, so I'll try it. We'll just see how much damage it does. If he can survive more than 2 hits, then we're fine, but I'm a bit worried about how much it'll do. Okay. 89 damage. 89. If it crits, it will kill me, but I don't think even a high roll will kill. Alternatively, I could use Stockpile. Let's use Stockpile. This'll be handy. And then I'll heal with the Stockpile on. Okay, then we heal. Alright, we're in the clear. The only way it kills me here is if it survives Discharge and then, crits. It survived the Discharge. It's been paralyzed, which is interesting. No way, that's clutch. Perhaps I'm the one who was unprepared. You're exactly right. You can use a full restore all you want, buddy. And another paralysis. Wow. Alright. We did it. We beat Blue. This is the real power of Johto. No way. How the heck did I lose to you? Alright. Here, take this. It's the Earth Badge. Yeah, it's called the Earth Badge because the gym leader before you had ground types, not you. With this badge, you'll be able to use the HM move Rock Climb. Here, take this as well. It's so weird that they put fucking Rock Climb behind the 16th gym badge. It contains Trick Room. It allows slower Pokemon to move before faster Pokemon for a while. It's a very tricky move, isn't it? Hence the name. Haha, that's so funny. We've taken out Pokemon Blue onto Pokemon Red. Not in this stream, though. That will be a future stream, because I've already hit the 5-hour mark, so... Oh, hello, Professor Oak. Let me guess, you're going to tell me to visit you? You don't have to say anything. I know better than anyone else how hard you're working. I thought I should get you a present or something in appreciation. Well, I picked something up, but I completely forgot to give it to you. Ha ha ha. Oh, you don't have to wonder about it at all. I know it's something that will be very helpful to you. You should just come here and pick it up. I'll be waiting for you at my laboratory in Pallet Town. Okay. But first I want to heal my Pokemon, and then fly to Pallet Town, and then save, because I don't want to be like, oh, what do I do now? Because I'm in Viridian City, and I forget that I have to fly to Pallet Town, so... Let's do that. This stream's been fun. I made a lot of Like a Dragon memes. Yeah, we've been making a lot of Like a Dragon jokes. Yummers. Yummers. Alright, let's fly to Pallet Town. Maybe even reorder our Pokemon a little bit. Did you guys know that Pallet Town has a 25% unemployment rate? Well, and let's go Pikachu EV, they do. Alright. We did it, we got 16 gym badges. stream will be grinding to go fight Red, and I don't know how long we're going to be grinding for, but it's going to be a long, long grind. But I hope you guys enjoy it anyway. But, that's going to do it from me, guys. Thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. We also have to fight the Elite Four a second time, don't we? Yeah, we have to do that before we fight Red. Okay. Shut up, Liz. Alright. That's gonna do it from me, guys. I might actually go and send you guys on a raid, because there's a decent amount of you, which is not normally the case. So I should take advantage of this. I'm gonna send you guys somewhere. Cool. That's not where I want to be. What the fuck? Weird. Take me to normal Twitch. Stupid thing. Twitch. Home. Thank you. Okay. So, who else is streaming at the moment? Oh, Curb's streaming. He's playing No More Heroes. Let's go raid Curb. Alright. Raid. And then I think it's Curbista with a E, right? Let me make sure I spelt it correctly. Capital K Curbista with a 3 instead of an E. Alright, cool. Alright everybody, that's going to do it for my stream of my SoulSilver Nuzlocke. Thank you so much for watching, I hope you all enjoyed. The next stream will be more Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii on Sunday, US time. Hope to see you guys there as well. But that's going to do it from me, guys. Thanks for watching the stream, I hope you enjoyed, and as always, I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's go raid Curb. Bye guys.